I'd like to call the Parks and Environment Committee to order. It is now 8:33. Can we please have a roll call? Let's see.
Councilwoman Johnson, Councilman Ford, and Chair Warren.
Present. We have one item on our agenda, colleagues, a resolution to appropriate $323,000 of GO bond funds to project number GA01032, which is a Mud Island Northgate renovation. This is District 7, Super District 8, and it's sponsored by the administration. Could I have a motion for approval? Moved by Ford, seconded by Johnson. And we have Mr. McGowan, who is here to discuss this issue. Thank you, Mr. McGowan.
Mr. Chairman, Doug McGowan, Chief Operating Officer, 791 North Graham Street. This is an appropriation of dollars that were in the FY22 budget. You'll recall that the CIP budget, when it was approved for FY22 for Memphis River Parks Partnership, included only one project, and that was the North Gate. This project substantially improves the appearance of the North Gate. If you come over the bridge in A.W. Willis and then go around the roundabout, turn left, going south, you'll know there's some apartments on the left, a green space on the right, and as you approach the entrance to Mud Island, you're not sure exactly what you're entering. It looks like, is this some kind of industrial facility? There's a recycling area off to the right. It's just not very attractive, quite frankly. So what this project does is it makes a gateway into the park. It improves the signage. It puts some fencing around that recycling center. It completely repaves that area, puts an upgraded and a nicer recycling facility, and hides it behind some fencing. It also puts some substantial landscaping there, and it makes it look altogether like a purposeful entrance into a city park. And so, relatively low-cost project, but it will be a huge impact and hide some of the unsightly industrial uses we have and make people feel like it's a welcome entrance into the park. The project is underway. MRPP began this, and all you're doing is appropriating the money for them to reimburse all of the contractors for the work.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? I have one, Chief. The current recycling that's on the inside of the park, is it going to go back to the outside of the park and it's going to have its own fencing around it, or is it going to stay inside the park?
Yes, sir. It will go back to that parking lot, which is just on the outside of the park, but they are installing fencing to screen that. So if you were driving in now, off to the right, all you see is some chain link fencing, some old trailers, and then you used to see the recycling containers. The idea is that there will now be kind of wooden picket fencing surrounding it with some entrances. You may be able to still see through and see it, but it will largely screen it. And we're upgrading the recycling containers to make it, it's a very popular spot for people to recycle. So we want to make sure we have something that's a good experience for folks. So it will look altogether better, and it will actually be an operational improvement.
All right. Any other questions? If not, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Ayes have it. That will pass down favorable recommendation. Are there any more items on the Parks and Environment Committee agenda? If not, we are adjourned. right, I'd like to go ahead and call the Personnel and Government Affairs Committee to order. Mr. Thompson, could you please call the roll?
President, Councilwoman Johnson, Councilman Jones. Here. Councilman Ford. Present. Councilwoman Robinson. And Chair Warren.
Vice Chair Warren is here. Thank you very much, Mr. Thompson. I think we have 3 items on our agenda today. Our first item is the appointment of Mr. Charles M. Monger II to the Memphis Alcohol Commission, requested by the administration. Could I have a motion and a second, please? Second. Moved by Ford, seconded by Jones. Mr. Monger, can you please come up and state your name and address for the record? And if you have a few words, we'd love to hear from you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Charles Monger. I live at 5780 Grassy Valley Drive, Memphis, Tennessee, 38141. I'm a proud member of Mississippi Boulevard, as well as I work there as the Director of Operations under our great pastor, Dr. J. Lawrence Turner. I'm excited to be a part of the Memphis Alcohol Commission. I have 25 years of restaurant full service here in Memphis, Atlanta, and just excited to be a part of this opportunity.
Do we have any questions, council members? Commissioner Jones, you always have something on alcohol you want to say.
I don't have a question. In my time on the commission, which I served for 10 years, I don't think we had anybody that really had that day-to-day operational experience of the restaurant and food industry. So I think that your service would be quite valuable and insight would be helpful to that commission. Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Mr.
Chairman.
Jones, Councilman Ford.
Thank you, Chair. I knew when he was born. I held him as a baby.
He's really grown
Mom
up nicely.
and Dad, great, hard worker. I think he'd be a great asset to the commission, and I welcome you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right. Seeing that we have no further comments, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. Mr. Monger, thank you very much for your service.
Thank you again.
Item number 2 is the appointment of Mr. Patrick Hilliard to the Memphis and Shelby County City Revenue Finance Board, requested by administrations. Could I have a second? First, a motion and a second.
I'll move it.
Moved by Jones, seconded by Robinson. Mr. Hilliard, could we please have you come up and state your name and address and give us a few words if you prefer? And I like the bow tie.
Thank you. It's a Bow Tie Tuesday. Patrick Hilliard. I currently reside at 538 Lodestone Way, Memphis, Tennessee, 38109. I am an attorney with Birch, Porter & Johnson, a law firm here downtown Memphis. Been practicing since 2018. Moved here actually from Dallas, Texas in 2015 to attend law school, frankly with every intention of moving back to Dallas, and then fell in love with the city, fell in love with now my wife. We have a 6-month-old, and so it gives me great pleasure and honor to serve the community that I'm now building a family in and building a foundation to move forward for my son.
Excellent. Any questions, comments?
It's good seeing all these young folks come on up.
Indeed.
Thank you very much for your service and being willing to bring your family here. We're glad to have you.
Thank you.
Okay, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Ayes have it. Item number 3 is the appointment of Mr. Vijay Kalaja to the Memphis and Shelby County Economic Development and Growth Engine, requested by administration. I have a motion and a second.
Move it. Second.
Moved by Ford, seconded by Jones. And Mr. Kalaja, can you please come up and correct my pronunciation if I messed that up, and give us your name, address for the record, and a few comments.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Vijay Kalaga, and my residential address is 1784 Amber Grove Cove in Collierville, Tennessee. I've been appointed to the EDGE board by Shelby County Mayor, and I am very honored for this appointment. And, thank you, and very thankful to be here. So,
Anybody have a question for Mr. Kalaga? Okay, in that case, thank you. I'm looking around, no questions. We're good? Councilwoman?
It's not in regards to his ability or anything. I'm just curious, he's from Collierville. Is this the setting where you can have one
Yeah, this is
individual joint
It's
agreed?
a joint board.
Okay, that's
So
what
it's
I'm
city,
saying.
county board, and county mayor has appointments, city mayor has appointments, and I think he's a county mayor appointment, but he still has to be approved by us.
That's what I was wondering, if it's the case. Okay.
Go ahead.
Well, I'm looking at the information that's in our sheet. There are 5 city, 5 county, and 1 joint. So is this the joint appointment?
That's what my question.
Yes,
You're the
Okay.
joint appointment?
yes.
Gotcha.
excellent.
Okay.
Well, thank you for bringing us together.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Glad
Okay,
to
all
be here.
those in favor, please say aye. Yes, sir.
Right.
Good morning.
Randy Richardson, I'm with Edge, I'm the acting managing director. Just want to clarify that real quick. The joint appointment is the chairman. Under our charter, all the members have to go before both the city of Memphis and Shelby
Okay.
County.
Gotcha.
So I just want to clarify.
Okay, thank you.
Clarification.
That's sort of what I thought it was. Okay, good. So all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Mr. Cloggett, thank you for your service, and I believe that may be our final item.
Thank you.
If there's no other business, this committee is now adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Good morning. The hour is 9:01. In the 9:01, I would like to call to order the meeting of the Memphis City Council's Budget Committee. Ms. Owens, would you conduct a roll call, please?
Councilwoman Johnson, Councilwoman Robinson, Councilman Warren, Councilman Ford, Chair Jones.
Present. Colleagues, we have 3 items on the agenda for this morning, and we'll take them in the order as the agenda is printed. First, we have the First Aid 2021-2022 Quarter 3 report. This is all council districts. This is requested by First Aid. And good morning. We will have a colleagues, you should have already had distributed to you a hard copy of this report. Let me turn you off. Yes. Good morning.
Good morning. Dr. Candace Thomas with First Aid Memphis. We are at 1360 Concourse Avenue, Suite 481. Thank you for having me this morning. This is our quarterly update and report to the City Council. This is from the 3rd quarter of this school year. So for the previous school year, January 3rd, 2022 to March 11th, 2022. Let's see here. Just want to give you some brief updates. You'll see that we've presented this data to our Oversight Committee. We presented it to the Shelby County Commission on July 13th. Honored to be here today. And then we have a couple of things coming up. As you all know, school is starting in the next few weeks. We also have the First Aid Memphis Leadership Council. We have a reception in which you're all invited to. And then we have our next speaker scheduled for November 3rd. As you know, this commitment is a part of the city and county's historic investment in pre-K, and our goal was to build a universal needs-based pre-K program for Memphis and Shelby County. And as you may remember, our goal was to ensure that we had 8,500 pre-K seats in the community, and we met that goal. Memphis and Shelby County is the first city and county in the state of Tennessee to have a universal pre-K program for all of our 4-year-olds in the community.
That is great.
It's a lot to celebrate.
It is.
Thank you. So you remember that our program is to want to ensure at the base level that we have high quality services to meet families where they are, and that's outlined here. You've seen these slides in the past. And then these are the 4 pillars of our work: attendance and enrollment, wraparound services, assessments, and instructional coaching and other supports. And these are the performance measures that we've agreed upon over the past 3 years. So for the quarter 3 outcomes, again, January 3rd to March 11th. So remember, this is winter for us here. We had quite a winter with the ice storms and electricity being out. And so we do really see that reflected in our attendance this quarter. So enrollment, you all know, remember that this school year we've had lower enrollment across the community and across the country, mostly due to COVID, and that's true for our pre-K program as well. So we had 75% capacity filled at quarter 3 of this school year. In terms of attendance, we saw a slight decrease in attendance in the quarter, and most of our pre-K operators do describe that being due to the ice storms and some of the other challenges that we all had in February of this year. You remember that during COVID, we really wanted to track synchronous learning, so face-to-face real-time instruction. And most of our classrooms met that goal. You will see that we had 3 classrooms closed due to COVID, and then 1 classroom closure due to building power outages. You remember that we conduct continuous performance improvement reviews. What you see here is what teachers identify as really strong practices in their classrooms, and then you also see what they hope to improve upon in their classrooms. These are all standard reflections from teachers across the board, so there's nothing here that we're surprised about or alarmed about in any way. So a key part of our program, and now it is instituted across all pre-K in Memphis and Shelby County, is really getting a sense of what do families need? What are families going through? So we report this out to you every quarter, and for the past 3 quarters this school year, families are reporting the need for more housing assistance, more food assistance, and transportation. That's been consistent. And some of the other needs are outlined here: childcare, adult education, and multilingual support. We've assessed 79% of our students in quarter 3, so we'll have assessment data for you this winter once we have kindergarten readiness scores, which obviously they don't take until they start kindergarten. So we won't have the results of all of our assessments until later in the fall or early winter. As you know, we always show you our budget. We have the actuals from the first school year and the second. We're still trying to determine our actuals for the school year that just ended. So this is the projected budget, and we'll bring an actual budget to you this fall or early winter. And then for the next 3 years, you may have seen these budgets over the last few months. There is an update to this slide, and we'll be sure to get that to you for the school year 24-25. But this is what we are projecting for our program over the next 3 years. And that is the end of our quarter 3. We have been, and we hope that you have seen a lot of our efforts around pre-K enrollment in the community. We have tons of flyers out there. We have a couple of interns working with us to get flyers out in the community. We have a social media campaign happening. We've also had radio advertisements on these radio stations here, both in Spanish and English. Is it possible for me to play the radio ad, or we can just shall we send that via email? Yes, I can play it? Okay. Oh, it didn't go through. Well, I'm hitting play, it's not gonna work. But it's a really great ad with a now 11-year-old who attended pre-K here in Memphis and Shelby County, and him talking about his pre-K experiences and why it's so important for kids to enroll in pre-K. We'll send it to you just in case you haven't listened to it on the radio, and we're going to be releasing additional radio ads in the next few weeks, as well as radio ads, as well as additional flyers and such to increase enrollment in the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Thomas. Colleagues, any questions or comments? Well, I have a few. Well, and the first is going to be my question regarding the greatest needs: housing, food, transportation, child care, adult education, and multilingual support. Wanted to get an idea of what's being done to address some of those needs. I know it may not necessarily be in your wheelhouse, but what's taking place in order to maybe, in a collaborative effort, address these?
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Our program includes wraparound service providers or family engagement supports. And so once we get a sense of what a family's need is, those professionals work with the families for referral services throughout the community with existing programs and supports that already provide additional help to families. So we are beginning to track referrals, but as you know, you track referrals, but what really, we know we're successful when a family does get the support that they need. And so we're trying to ensure that even with referrals, families are getting what they've been asking for. And so working with our family service providers to ensure that those referrals actually see support for families.
Okay. And what would be helpful, I'm looking at the enrollment numbers as well as the attendance. These are just snapshots, and what would be helpful maybe if graphically we can say, okay, well, this is what our goal was to be at this particular time, the first quarter of 2022, whatever the case may be. And this is where we fell, but we can still see what that trend line may be versus just looking at a snapshot. I'm not going to be able to recall where we were in the second quarter or in the first quarter. So that would just be something helpful in my regard. But I know that having, 3 members that used to be on the school board and then having 2 educators on this council, I think we all realize that this is not a sprint. This is a marathon. I clearly, from our school board days, we were all exposed to, you had children who were not exposed to any type of literacy or alphabets, learning the numbers, shapes, colors, any of those things. So any exposure that they can get before they enter the classroom, kindergarten, first grade, second grade, I think that's going to be helpful. So I think you have a council, this current council at least, is committed to seeing this through. So thank you for your work.
Thank you.
There are no other questions. Thank you, Dr. Thomas. We'll see you next quarter.
Thank you.
Okay. Colleagues, next we have a resolution to amend the Memphis City Council grant program for fiscal year 23. All council districts sponsored by yours truly, and there's a request for same night minutes on this. May I have a motion, please? Okay, has been moved and seconded. I would give you some time to review these items. Okay, so colleagues, before we take action on this item, just wanted to read some remarks that I had about the program overall. So upon the council voting to reopen the grant applications for 2023, there have been some concerns as to the burdens this creates for the staff as well as everyone involved in the process of reviewing and dispersing the grant awards. These concerns are as follows. The parameters of the program are unclear, which makes it harder to administer the program in a way that is fair and allows adequate time for all involved to do their due diligence in vetting organizations. Since the opening of the application, there was some confusion as to whether organizations that had already received allocations could reapply to obtain additional funding. It's important everyone to be clear on the guidelines for administration of this program, as that directly affects the ability of staff to ensure that we are accurate in our communication with members and constituents seeking information about the program. So furthermore, it causes some confusion amongst the grants division as they are required to review organizations according to the requirements provided in the resolution. A lack of clear guidelines causes delays in processing as they are unsure of the parameters they must operate within. So for example, I've received questions about when they should stop accepting mid-year reports, when they can expect to not have to process new organizations so that they can establish a deadline for themselves and begin to close out the books for the end of the fiscal year, whether each allocation requires submission of another mid-year report, particularly when organizations receive additional allocations throughout the year. So for those first-time applicants, are they still going to be required to present before council in order to be eligible to receive funding? So these are just some of the guidelines that we did not establish in doing this. From a standpoint of accountability, part of that accountability was their reporting. And so if somebody makes an application in October, the mid-year for that is going to be in April. So I think that what we're going to have to do, it's going to be my suggestion that we set a hard deadline to do this. We've opened it up because we know that there may have been some snafus. There were a couple of individual cases. It was election day and they couldn't get everything in, and we're not just talking about council staff, we're talking about Chief Ford's department and just the coordination of this. So that's the main thing, that it leads to a lack of accountability. One of the major priorities in the administration of this funding program is being able to ensure that these organizations are utilizing grant funding in accordance with the law and consistent with the needs communicated to council members. This is the primary purpose of that requirement that organizations submit a mid-year report to receive the second half of their award. When new organizations are awarded funds later in the fiscal year, there isn't enough time for finance to review applications and further vet organizations, execute a funding agreement, and disperse the first half of an allocation to enable completion in a way that the council intended of that mid-year report. And then lastly, because the time frame for disbursements are 45 to 60 days, the lack of a deadline for applicants causes a substantial delay in disbursements. Finance has informed us that the time for processing this takes 45 to 60 days, regardless of the circumstances, as finance must conduct its own review to ensure compliance and to substantiate the information provided by applicants. This time frame does not include delays that result from the unresponsiveness of organizations, weekends or holidays that the city is closed, or in some instances where additional information is needed. In most cases, it will fall on the staff to contact organizations to collect documents, and when they're done incorrectly or incomplete, work with the organizations to get the documents done in a way that finance will accept it. Depending on the organization, this could take weeks or months. So all of this combined with having to process new allocations for an indefinite time period will cause organizations to not receive their disbursements in a timely manner. In fact, becomes extremely burdensome on the staff and everyone else involved when we're all facing the imminent deadline that is the end of the fiscal year. So those are just some of the things that you had a time to put on paper of the concerns about reopening it up and not having a set time frame on which we're going to take the application. So were you going to speak on this, Chief Ford, or did you? Okay. Good morning. Let me turn you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Crystal Gibbons, Senior Manager, Grants Administration, 170 North Main, Memphis, Tennessee, 38103.
Good morning, Ms. Gibbons.
Good morning.
So if you could, just give a perspective from finances
Absolutely,
standpoint.
and we put together a presentation.
Okay.
We can skip straight to the end. It has our 3 recommendations, if you like. Since you did a thorough job of already talking about it, you said everything that we were thinking. You must have gotten our notes from Ms. Owens, but you said everything we were thinking. Latrina, if you want to go to the end, because we talked about all of that. The overview of the program. Oh, go back, I apologize. Let's go back. Let's talk about this timeline to give you a great idea of the things that you talked about. This is what it looks like on paper. Once our staff gets the resolution, and again, we are grants administration. We house accounting and compliance. Once we receive the resolution from Ms. Owens, or we're notified that a resolution is in place for a new grantee or all of our applicants, I apologize, I cannot see, so I'm going to scroll to that page. We then notify the grantees by email that they've been awarded or been approved for their allocation for the fiscal year. They're going to receive their funding agreement through DocuSign. That helps to speed the process up a little bit, okay? And then we receive it back, and we're going to go through our internal processes. Go back to the timeline, Latrina. We're going to go back through the internal processes, and it takes 45 to 60 days, okay? You got it? Okay. It takes 45 to 60 days, like you already indicated. Once the contract is fully executed, then we'll go to issuing the first installment. Everybody's happy to get their first installment, and then we do a mid-year progress report, okay? There's another team that reviews their progress report. So we're looking at all of their data, their financial statements, what they've done with their program. It meets the satisfactory standards, then they get their second installment. That can all happen by February. But if we get late applications, such as, like you've indicated, April and May, it's going to take a little longer. You can go to the next slide, Latrina. Again, this talks about all the things that we need, a little bit of education too for our grantees. We do technical assistance, so we don't have that training on the front end, but as we're talking to them, we're talking through the documents that we need. They understand their disbursement, that is 50% on the front end. once we get a mid-year report, it's 50 cents on the back end. Go to the next slide. And then we should be issuing a final report. This year, I think in the resolution I read that that's about May 1st. So we do have a mid-year report in the final report. Go to the next slide. We also talked to and this is a shared custody type program. So administration, we do talk to the grantees about what you can and can't do. So again, there's some technical assistance there. They're aware of the purchases they can and can't have, and we're just working with them to make sure they're meeting their compliance, okay? This is what a sample progress report looks like, and these are some of the questions that they're asked to talk to about their program. You go to them. Now, this is the slide that we really want to get to. We are recommending these three things. That the requests for allocations are all submitted to administration by at least March 31st, and that should be 2023, not 2022. And that ensures that gives us 45 to 60 days before the end of the year to make sure everything is wrapped up and we can get those allocations within this fiscal year, okay? The second recommendation is that we should consider doing disbursements all at once. Maybe not doing a first and second installment. The grantees really need their funding. They really want to get out in the community and use it. We should consider doing a lump sum disbursement. And the last recommendation is instead of a midterm progress report, let's do it at the end of the year. So once they've done and completed their program, let's consider a progress report that reflects all the things they've done, and we can hold them accountable still on the back end and not feel that we're trying to watch them during the term, all the while giving them technical assistance and providing the support that they need while they're issuing their program through the year. The end of the presentation is really contact information for our staff. Again, we are grants compliance, 2 teams. We do grants accounting and grants compliance. I apologize, grants administration. And so these are our contact email addresses. The grantees are provided that when we reach out to them. And that's all I want to share.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Givens. Colleagues, did anyone have any questions about this? Councilwoman Johnson.
Presentation, unfortunately, but I did catch the last section where you asked for one lump payment.
Yes.
What is the reason for that?
Currently, and my staff, they're here to tell you that as early as probably next week, if we have those allocations and we know that organizations want to give it to, we go through the long process of getting the first installment out the door. That could take 45 to 60 days. Around December, January, we're asking for a mid-year progress report, and then we do a second installment. That should be a quick process, but it's not. Some organizations don't respond, and sometimes the information they provide us is not what we need to be in compliance. So it just draws out trying to assist them and get the funding that they need. And so we do a lump sum payment, one disbursement, I should say lump sum, a disbursement all in the fall. We can monitor them throughout the fiscal year, and again, provide technical assistance. If there's something that they need that they're not getting, we can do that in an aggregated type format.
Okay. May I ask Chief Ford what response or how can we assist them with that?
Good morning, Council Member Shirley Ford, Chief Financial Officer, 5343 Mason Road, Memphis, 38120. Thank you this morning. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. Now that you've met Manager Givens, you can see she is a get it done type of person. And to her point, I just wanted to make sure that it was noted, this is a joint effort. We want to execute your program within the parameters that you have established and how you have established it. Since grants compliance has started to, as kind of like is the executor once you approve it and move it forward, we've tried to look at ways that we could maybe expedite or make it more efficient to make sure that we're getting the money you intend for these grantees out to them as soon as possible. Now, the recommendation here is simply just that, a recommendation for you to think about it. You know, I'm a proponent of the 2 payments because it gives you a little more control over what has happened and how the grantees are responding to the programs that you support and that you wanted to be supported through the year. The downside for us is that it just takes some time. I know we have had some follow-up from some of the council members who've said, why hasn't my grantee gotten their money? Why haven't they received their money? Just because they haven't returned the paperwork. Or they return the paperwork, it's not complete, or we find out that maybe their 501c3 has been suspended. So there's a lot of things, and what Manager Given's team is charged with is exactly that, the compliance of the grants within the parameters of the program that you have established. So we just want to make sure, and I think Chief McGowan and I have a meeting later with Mr. Bacchus and with Liza, just to make sure that we're all on the same page about exactly what it is you want and how we can execute for you. I know in FY22, we had some late requests that were coming in even as late as May. There is no way we can process and get that paid out by June 30th. It is just, it's impossible just to simply get all of that paperwork and get it there. So I think our recommendation of the hard deadline, and like you said, if you set the hard deadline in March of 2023, then that gives us time to execute on a program. At that point, at a late date, you would only be expecting your initial applications and one progress report, which would be kind of your year-end report. So we just want to help you execute the program in the manner in which you want it to be executed, and we're here to assist and help in any way that we can.
All right, thank you. I was only concerned, I mean, yes, all the grants need attention, but on this particular one, because it's such a mass program and so many people and vendors and everybody's involved. Question, how often does the county issue their grant to you? That's for her. How often the county issue a grant?
I want to say, if I could be mistaken, but the county, they do theirs year-round.
But no, I mean as far as her payment. It looks like she's going to get how much money from the county?
County or county?
County, Shelby County. I'm sorry.
I'm not sure.
I'm a little bit confused about what you're talking about, that we get.
Funds, not, this is the city funds, but you also get funds from Shelby County, right?
For grants?
Yeah, are they not getting a grant from Shelby County? Not at all in this?
No, ma'am.
Okay. All right, I thought I saw on the paperwork where she's projected to get grants from Shelby County.
What is she talking? Sorry.
Oh, okay, I'm in the wrong program. I walked in late, okay. Sorry
I was like
about
going,
that.
wow, okay.
That's
there's
why I
a
kept
grant
on
don't know
saying,
about. Thank you.
okay, that'll
yes.
work.
We appreciate
This
that.
is the report we're looking
Okay,
at.
I got you, but I just, okay, thank you for that clarity, but I did hear that she wanted that funds a one-time payment, because we have the same problems as she shared with the grants, much smaller amounts. And I know it's difficult, and we have to make certain funds are being used the way they are supposed to be appropriated. And when auditing comes, nobody wants to be able to, start thinking of things. They'd like to have the documentation. So, okay, thank you, Mrs. Ford, for that information. Thank you.
Well, colleagues, the resolution that you have before us does not include these recommendations. So this is prepared before then, but I also wanted to have input from the council, hear from the administration before we finalize this. But with that being the case, though, and comparing it to what the county does, I don't know if they have mid-year reports. And so that's something to take into account. Ms. Ford.
Chief, did you have a problem last year with grants? What kind of problem did you all have?
Thank you, sir. We did encounter some issues with some of the grants.
But it wasn't the grantees, it was who?
Councilman, it was some of the grantees did not have the appropriate information in order for us to comply with the parameters.
That's not what I'm talking about. I understand. If they didn't have what they needed, fine. But the ones that did you all have a problem? The reason why I'm saying that, we have one that Councilwoman Cheyenne Johnson. This is the only ones that I'm worried about. We have an allocation. We could spend how much? how much did we have left?
50 this year.
Yeah, we had 250, but you had about 50 that had left over. Have you ever had a problem with us coming back with somebody like what Cheyenne has today that's going to get to do anything? The reason why I'm saying that, okay? This resolution, as long as it don't conflict with this, I'm great. Okay, everybody need to do their jobs. Everybody hadn't been doing their jobs. Everybody been sitting at home twiddling their fingers or eating lunch all day. Okay? Maybe people need to do their job again. Okay? And I'm having flashbacks from not only this, but from a lot of stuff that has not been done right now. Okay? I'm still looking at trash. Okay? So please, I don't want this to conflict in what you're having, Councilman Jones. I won't, because a lot of people come to us all year asking for 5,000, maybe 7,000. They do more than half of these people that we grant. That's 100,000. Now, if it's going to conflict, this is what I want the administration to do. I want to put $500,000 aside to help everybody else. Then you can do what you want to do. But I want to put it aside because, hey, half these people that come to us all year that don't want much, I want them taken care of too. I don't want them in the mix where we've given $100,000, $200,000 to somebody that's sitting on it and, hey, and it's going in somebody's pocket and they don't do anything. I'm having issues with that one, okay? And maybe you need to hire somebody else. Hey, give somebody else another job that's gonna come to work, okay? Come to work and take care of some of this business. That's how I feel about it, okay? Because I do not, hey, this is fine, but Councilman Jones, we always had a problem when I brought the one 2 weeks ago. I don't want this to be a problem.
Yes,
I really don't want this to be a problem. If it's gonna be a problem, I want to allocate $500,000 to take care of people that will come, okay? And I can put that as a motion if that's not going to be able to, y'all won't be able to do what we need to do here, okay?
Thank you, Councilman. And again, what we want to do is execute your program the way that you want it executed. And our compliance team is simply the safety check of where we are. And I understand what you're saying, Councilman, that $5,000 can make a big difference for some organizations, and we understand that. And if council is willing to amend their program to allow, you know, a fast track on that, we're happy to work with you in any way that we possibly can.
I'm good with that one.
And I hope council knows that. But my grants compliance team does have a job that they have to ensure that the grants are being administered and that the grantees are complying with the requirements that you have placed on them. And we just, we're kind of like your enforcer on that. Thank you, sir.
But I understand everything that you just said. They have to have everything in order. I understand that one. But the ones that's coming is going to have theirs in order. So don't get me wrong. Okay, if they're not in order, I understand that. But if they're in order, I don't want no problem. Okay? So, okay, we're saying two different things. I don't want no problem when somebody's in order. You know, we know 2 years, you got to have this and have that. Please don't make that an issue talking about problem. Because like I said, I have a lot that, like I said, I'm having problems. If somebody I want to give $5,000 to that's doing something in the community, I don't want nobody to really kind of throw that away. I got the mic, sir.
Ms. Ford, we have to move on, sir.
Yeah, but hey, but please, I don't care about you moving on. I have the mic, so please let me finish, okay?
Mr. Ford, Mr. Ford, I am the chairman of this committee, and I'm going to conduct this committee the way I see fit. What you have in front, Mr. Ford, what you have in front of you are two different things, sir. One doesn't affect the other. But I'm presiding over this meeting, Mr. Ford. Mr. Ford, you're out of order. Mr. Ford, you're out of order. Mr. Ford, you are conflating two different things, sir. Yes, you are. This has nothing to do with this. We're not even discussing this. This is item number 4 on the agenda. And so as the chairman, it's my prerogative to interject before any speaker does. So, no, what I'm saying is this particular item that you're talking about, they have already come before, Ms. Johnson, Pierre has already come before this. So what we still have to establish, I'm not going to support, and I don't think that any council person should support any organization coming for the first time, well, who doesn't come before this, who has not been heard before this council, receiving any type of funding. So that's what you're saying here. And I'm saying no.
You got some money from last year.
So,
Because you needed to do something. Did you have a problem with that?
so this is, so what I'm saying, colleagues, we should, and I'm going to hold this again, but I'm looking to have a discussion, an intelligent discussion, on some of the recommendations from the staff and the administration of what should be incorporated in our program, because I don't think that the changes that we made in opening this back up did not take into account what some of the concerns would be for the administration. And I'm saying going forward, that's what we should do. So I'm going to hold this item again. So the next item we have is a discussion on the city's debt service.
Thank you. We have been asked to bring, I think it's Councilman Warren, to bring the current debt service schedule, and Chief Financial Officer Deputy Andre Walker will be making that presentation to you.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Walker.
Andre Walker, Deputy CFO, 4767 Emmett Circle West, Collierville, Tennessee. Councilman Warren, I believe you had a couple of questions, and we provided a brief presentation to address some of those questions. The first question, as I understand it, was what does the city's debt structure look like currently? Looking at page 2 of the handout, you'll see a graphic representation of the city's geo-debt bonded debt service. You'll see the debt cliff is in FY 27. From FY 26 to 27, it drops by about $46 million. It was a drop of about $53 million, but because of the refunding that council approved and we closed on about a week or two ago, we were able to decrease the debt service in FY 2026 by about $7 million. That's why you see the drop of only about 46 instead of $53 million. I believe the second part of that question was, what would the debt structure look like if the city provided 50% funding or support for one bill project, 75% support for that project, and 100% support for that project? I don't have those numbers, so I will have to get those from Wells Fargo. However, it's my understanding that the debt service would be around $7 million a year or so. So you can just add $7 million to this structure right here. It'll still have the same shape, but it'll be about $7 million higher. And I think your third question was regarding the debt service on the convention center debt. So the city issued bonds, geo bonds, in 2018 to provide $175 million in funding for the convention center improvements. And then in 2020, we issued around $24.5 million in geo bonds to provide about $25 million in funding for the convention center project, as well as $5 million in funding for the Pence District project. So the third page of this handout shows the debt service on those general obligation bonds that provided funding for the convention center project, as well as the Pence District project.
Councilman Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think my question is, you said, as we're looking at this particular map or chart, that 100% on one bill, we would change our debt cliff by $7 million?
I'm not sure.
If we had to pay it, correct?
Yes.
So, I mean, I think that's the thing that people aren't hearing out there, And if the convention center made zero money, we'd be paying $15 million out of that debt cliff, correct?
Correct.
So
Correct.
we're assuming no income from Beale Street and no income from the convention center. What other bonds do we have that could have no income that we would have to pay, that we'd have to use our debt cliff for?
All right, so the city has about four contingent obligations right now.
And what would
we
that total be, assuming we got no money in?
Worst case scenario, our debt service will increase about $28 million in change.
So that's assuming everything that we've invested in provides us no money. That includes the dock that we're planning on buying that's going for bonds, is that right? No?
Yeah, there's no debt on the docks.
So the new docks we're building are paid for? Capital Pay-Go.
Pay-Go.
All right, good. And we didn't have to borrow money for our Capital Pay-Go. We have that money.
That's my understanding.
That's correct.
Oh, go ahead, Chief.
Yes, sir. So that is essentially cash. You'll recall in this year's budget, we received money from the governor, about $20 million. We allocated some one-time money for the city. So we have about $30 million for the Harbor Docks project, which is enough to do the Beale Street Landing Dock and the Greenbelt Dock and some other riverfront improvements. That was all actual, just cash that we received. We haven't gotten the check
from the state.
We'll get it in September, and then we put about $10 million of local one-time money into that. So there was no borrowing, it was just straight cash.
Saying that was a grant sort of from the state to help our tourism?
It is essentially, the mayor and the administration will go to the governor and say, here's a priority. They will allocate what they call one-time money. This year, there was about $30 million of one-time money, $20 million or actually $35 million. There was about $20 million that came to the Harbor Docks. National Civil Rights Museum was given $10 million from the state. There was about $2.5 million given to Leftwich and some other projects. The state granted one-time money because they had an excess of revenue. So that's how the funding is going for the docks.
So with that funding we got from the state in Leftwich Tennis Center, are we completely funded on that Leftwich now? We've got, or do we still need to collect more?
The funding that the city and the university have put in, there's a total of about $10 million on that, which is now approximately a $30 million project. The rest is pledges that have come in from donors, and then the $2.5 million from the state got us across the finish line to get that whole project.
So we've got it committed as far as donors and stuff.
Yes,
that's good news to hear. Thank you very much. I just wanted to have us have a look at that. So what I heard was $28 million if we don't have any of our bonds pay us any money and everything goes to heck in a handbag, and we still have a $50 million debt cliff. So that would take that up. And I think we all and the citizens should probably realize, and I've heard from Ms. Ford, is we're looking at that debt cliff for other things that we need as a city as we move forward. We need raises for our employees. We've got infrastructure that we're going to have to build. So we don't want to spend all of that debt cliff paying off bonds, but the question is, are we really going to have to pay off those bonds? The only way we pay them off is if they all go bankrupt and they all provide us no income. So that was the worst case scenario when we're talking about that $7 million and 100% back on the one bill, correct?
Yes, sir, essentially. So what I think what Mr. Walker was saying, there's these contingent pledges are based on sales tax. That's what everything that he was talking about with the TDZ and hotel motel tax. So if nobody spent any money in downtown and didn't generate any sales tax, and if nobody stayed even one night in a hotel, there would be no hotel motel tax. And the total liability that he mentioned, the combination of sales and hotel motel tax, we would have to make up that from the general fund. In other words, we'd have to transfer money out of the general fund to add to the debt service fund to make up for that shortfall. So we have GO bonds that are paid for with general fund, and these contingent liabilities are pledged revenues from hotel motel tax and sales tax that occurs specific to those projects. So If there was no revenue, we would have to make that up out of the general fund, and that's what we're talking about.
Right. And I think that, one of the things that was confused that people didn't realize was when we were talking about we would be liable for $7 million, we'd be liable for $7 million assuming there was no income coming in at all on those projects. And so, a bad year on those projects, as I'm given to understand how that deal was worked out, would mean that we might pay some for a bad deal, but if they had better years in the future after that, they had to pay us back. Was that correct?
There is a provision, there was a provision proposed that they would have to pay back, and you're right. If there was no revenues, the maximum liability was $7 million.
Okay.
If the hotel performed
And
at
as
a
I understand it,
reasonable
you guys are still working on that deal,
Yes,
and we're going to see
absolutely.
something come back to us some way. Is that
One thing I
correct?
do want to mention to you, Councilman Warren, is when you make that pledge of a backstop, the rating agencies like S&Ps and Moody's will assume that you have already borrowed that money. So they will look at that exactly as if we have already issued GO debt. So the debt cliff that that was just shown to you, the rating agencies will assume that that's on the books. Even though we don't have to make an annual payment if the hotel's performing, they will assume that for every year that debt is on the books, even though you don't have to pay it. So it's an artificial inflation. It's just like.
Do they assume that our debt cliff is there?
Oh, they understand the debt cliff
Okay.
is there, but I'm just saying for that particular transaction, and Ms. Ford can back me up on this, that they will just assume that you have to pay that. It's just like a creditor would look at your credit score, and if you've co-signed on a loan, even if you're the person who you've co-signed with is making that payment every year, it still affects your credit because you are potentially liable in any 1 year. So that's what we're saying is it will look as if we have that debt on our books until it is satisfied.
Very good. And they're going to come and talk to us about what that will actually mean to our credit. At some point, we're going to have someone from a credit agency come and tell us.
We've spoken with the rating agencies recently, and that's exactly what they've told us. If you would like us to give you a summary of that or a report from them,
Sure,
we're happy
it would
to.
be good. I mean, did they say that our rating would go up or down, that it would affect it, or they just be considering it? Did they give us a specific?
Councilman Warren, look at it from our personal standpoint. If you and I go out there and get a credit card that's let's say we apply for $10,000, it's still going to affect our capacity to borrow more, whether we have a zero balance on there or $10,000. So what we have to take into account is that we have the potential of $10,000 worth of more debt that we can take on. If you think about it from a personal standpoint, it's really no different.
Yeah, I get that from a personal standpoint. I guess the question that you're looking at is how does it actually affect us as we go operationally forward, and how much does it actually cost us?
When you take on more debt, your cost of capital goes up.
Yeah, and the question is how much?
It depends upon what we're borrowing at the time and what current interest rates are.
And that was my question is,
right.
Do we have that number coming from the rating agencies?
There's no set one number to basically say if what that number would be if we issued something in September of this year would be totally different than if we issued something in April because we don't know the direction of interest rates then. But having more debt, a city that has, if we go out to 2027, our cost to borrow is, all things being equal, our cost to borrow is going to be cheaper in 2027 than it is now. But that's assuming that we don't take on any new projects. One thing that's on the horizon and to think about, the FedEx Forum is going to be 20-some-odd years old. It's not going to be to NBA standards at some point. So we can say pie in the sky, the Titans are looking at a new stadium. The state is committed to chipping in $500 million. But the city of Nashville is probably going to have to chip in something too. So we have to, and that's just one thing that I can foresee that's on the horizon. So when we go out, interest rates could be at 8% when it's time for us to build a new FedEx Forum. And that's going to affect this. So we can have all types of hypotheticals. We have to look at really what the here and now is, and knowing that anything that we do is going to impact how we borrow. Now, I can sit here, all of us can sit here, interest rates can come down by 300 basis points. We hope that they do, but we can't go out there right now and say we're going to do this because we think that interest rate's going to go down 300 basis points. But it's more complicated than that.
Thank you very much.
We're a little bit behind. We still have a resolution. Is there anything else is there anything else you need to add, Mr. Walker? I do have a question, though. I'm sorry. Councilwoman Johnson wanted to be recognized. Okay. Mine is, what are the 4 contingent obligations that we have?
That was the
yours?
question,
Okay.
and I'm wondering if Graceland one of them. Okay, we might need to have a discussion on Graceland today at some point. Thank you.
All right, so the 4 contingent obligations are limited power TDZ revenue bonds. We just issued that about a year ago. Debt service on it is going to be around $3.6 million. We got the downtown TDZ revenue bonds that we issued in 2017. Debt service on it is about $15.6 million. We got the baseball stadium bonds that were issued in 2014. That's about $3.4 million. And then we got the sports authority bonds, where the city and the county is responsible for replenishing the debt service reserve fund in the event the revenues that are pledged are insufficient. The debt service reserve fund is funded at about $13 million in change. Half of that would be the city's obligation, which is about $6.7 million. All of those total to about $28 million. Now, we also discussed the convention center bonds. When we look at the debt cliff, those bonds are already included in that structure because those are GO bonds.
Councilwoman Johnson?
Yes, it's interesting. Thank you for the information. But tell us, how is this situation we're dealing with Graceland right now? We heard about it, I didn't hear about it other than by the news, that Graceland is facing a possibility of not able to meet the obligation for their particular funding. So how is that going to affect us, or what happens next?
The short answer is that has zero impact on the city of Memphis. We are not liable for any of those revenues. There was a private TDZ that was put into place around the Graceland campus, and I can get you some more detailed information. I will tell you I am not the expert on there's a waterfall funding that has a number of different tranches of funding that come in to support the debt that was put into place to support the hotel and the guest house there and the other amenities. But neither the city nor the county nor the economic development growth engine are responsible or liable for any of the repayment of those debts. EDGE was the vehicle through which the bonds were issued, but they are pledged in total to the private TDZ, and the responsibility for repayment rests with the owners of the property and the revenues that are generated on the property. And should those revenues be insufficient, it's the owner of the property who is liable for repayment, not the city of Memphis, not the county of Shelby, not the economic development growth engine.
Ms. Johnson, whenever you hear general obligation, we're on the hook. Whenever you hear revenue bonds, most of the time we're not. So the revenues are based upon whatever that entity facility generates. And if we would issue GO bonds because now think about when we hear about projects that we want to finance, if they're not owned by the city, for instance, we can't do general obligation bonds for those. Yep. Colleagues, the last item we have is a resolution to amend the council fiscal year 23 grant allocations. This is sponsored by Councilwoman Johnson. This is a grant in the amount of $7,685 for the Pure Youth Athletic Alliance. I'll entertain a motion on this. Move it. Has been moved. Is there a second? Second. Councilwoman Johnson, did you want to speak on this?
In the process of trying to make sure I had actually used up 75% of my funding, once the numbers came back in for other obligations, it was brought to my attention that approximately $7,600 had already been allotted to individuals who had already reached their 30% capacity. So this group I had not given any funds to, so that's why I'm selecting this group. This group has been before this body before, and I think it's an excellent program, and I would like to support and ask for your support as well.
All those in favor of this resolution, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That item passes. Is there any other business to come before the Budget Committee? Seeing none, this committee is adjourned.
Good morning, everyone. The July 26, 2022 meeting of the Public Safety and Homeland Security Committee of the Memphis City Council is hereby called to order. Ms. Crichton, would you please call the roll?
Members present, Councilman Carlisle, Councilwoman Johnson, Councilwoman Robinson, Councilman Smiley, Councilman Warren, Councilman Ford, and Chairwoman Logan.
Present. Colleagues, good morning. We only have one agenda item, and it is a presentation, our monthly presentation from MPD, and we're going to give attention to Chief Davis. Welcome. Good morning to you.
Good
Please
morning.
state your name and address. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairwoman. Chief C.J. Davis, Memphis Police Department, 170 North Main Street. Thank you, council members, for giving us an opportunity to provide a crime update for the city. At this time, I will allow Deputy Chief Oakley to present the most updated statistics for the city. It's his responsibility to compile data weekly, and he oversees our crime fighting strategies.
Good morning, Deputy Chief Joe Oakley, 600 Jefferson, Chief of Information Technology. So let's talk about crime this morning. So our violent crime is down, that's good news. Our aggravated assaults are down month to date by 20%, and year to date, 4% reduction in the green. And then our homicides are down as well, 16% month to date and 7% year to date. So that's good news. Now, what's driving the crime in the city of Memphis is property crime. Our auto thefts and theft from motor vehicle are driving the numbers up. Those are the top two crimes in the city at all the precincts. So what we're seeing is a trend of thefts of Kias and Hyundais. I'm sure you've seen that on the news. We have our news stories about how to steal a Kia or a Hyundai, which sometimes is not a good thing, but it's so easy to steal. It's a national trend, and our young people in Memphis are following that trend. We have people called the Kia Boys. They steal Hyundais and Kias and drive our numbers up. So let's take a look at our city council crime report. So overall, we see that this includes all crimes and drug crimes. So we're up a little bit, a couple hundred overall from this time last year. Then we go to crimes by district. You know, we just talked about what's pushing the crime in the city. What's pushing the crime in all of our council districts overall is theft from motor vehicle, and then shoplifting, and then our third one is motor vehicle theft, followed by ag assault. So the top two crimes overall is shoplifting and theft of motor vehicle. And we go to District 1. See, we're down a little bit in District 1. Good job, District 1. Motor vehicle theft, shoplifting, and theft from motor vehicle are driving the numbers in District 1. In District 2, we have an increase in District 2, about 70 or so. And what's driving the crime? Theft from motor vehicle, and then motor vehicle theft is number 2, followed by shoplifting. In District 3, you're up a little bit as well. What's driving that crime? Theft of motor vehicle and motor vehicle theft, followed by ag assault. Those are the top 3. You can see we have a trend of auto theft and theft of motor vehicle in most of our districts. So District 4, shoplifting is number 1 in your district. You are up a little bit. You can see on the bar chart, your second is ag assault, third, theft from motor vehicle. District 5, you're up as well. Shoplifting, theft from motor vehicle, and motor vehicle theft leads your numbers in District 5. District 6 went down a little bit. Good job. Theft from motor vehicle, ag assault, and shoplifting are the 3 drivers of District 6. In our last district, District 7, good decrease this month. And ag assault is number 1 in District 7, followed by shoplifting, followed by theft from motor vehicle. So that is our city council district report for the month. Do you have any questions from any of our council folks?
Council members, any you want to be recognized on this matter? All right, Councilman Carlisle.
Thank you. Mine is tangential to this. First off, congratulations to this whole command staff. I saw Chief Davis earlier on the latest graduating class, 70 officers, 80 officers?
70 officers graduated, and we started a class of 120.
Absolutely fantastic. And I think just since we're here and you have the platform, if I read this in the paper, I'm not saying they get it right all the time, but those officers, their first assignments are going to be to the specific precincts that you guys disclose. But can you tell us a little bit about what your expectations for those officers are going to be?
Well, of course, now that they're out on the street, they'll have several weeks of field training with an experienced officer. But as you know, one of our focuses was to quickly assign more officers in the downtown space and also look at the staffing allocations in our various precincts. We're starting to look closer at geographical area, calls for service, how long it takes officers to get from one call to the next. So our assignment and deployment of officers is not a cookie cutter approach. It's more of what is the demand, what are the increases, the change in that geographical space, whether new businesses, residential areas, and so on. And that's how we allocate our manpower. We're looking forward to having those 72 officers assigned permanently, but we are continuing to aggressively hire. We're looking to start another class before the end of the year.
Fantastic. And then offline, I'd love to get with you because I'd like to understand too, I know we always focus on our recruiting classes, but I'd like to hear, just so you've got time to prepare for it, but I'd love to talk more about to see how things are going with lateral hires in comparative states. I know that that's been a big focus of ours as we've looked at relocation bonuses, et cetera. And so I'd love to just get a little bit more in-depth dive into that. But
absolutely.
Yeah.
So we are looking at laterals as well and actually directing our marketing to attract laterals, looking at posting signage, not just in our region, but also across the border and other states to let other agencies know that the Memphis Police Department has a lateral program and what that looks like for a lateral officer, informing them that they don't have to complete an entire police academy and ensuring that they understand that we have an abbreviated academy for them, bonuses. So there is a focus on recruiting laterals. Our communications department is working really diligently to ensure that that message is not just in our region, but around the country.
fantastic. And then I guess last thing, because it spurred it, and I'm sure you can answer it, or else I would try not to ask it, but at one point we discussed our, I guess it's really our volunteer group. It's usually retired peace officers, et cetera. How is it? I think a few years ago I looked at it, it was roughly 100 officers maybe. Is that right or wrong? I mean, how is that program going? Just diving back into that and utilizing that in a more meaningful way.
Absolutely. So we still utilize our retired officers. And in my, I think it was my presentation, a sort of update on my first year, I talked about an effort to bring back more retired officers, more in a full capacity of working every day. And that initiative is underway. We've already started interviewing officers that are interested. The administration has provided 50 positions for those officers, so they will augment our regular patrol. They will be visible in areas that we do need more soft visibility, presence, crime prevention, talking to businesses, ensuring that they understand, how they can shore up their businesses and providing all types of proactive support for our community members.
Chief, I appreciate it. Thanks so much.
Absolutely. And I would like to reiterate that we are excited about a 20% decrease in aggravated assaults for this city. And we will continue to work on violent crime, even though property crime has been a heavy lift for us as it relates to auto thefts. But for us to see a 20% decrease in aggravated assaults and 16% decrease in homicides, we're going to continue to move in that direction, make the city a safer city.
Thank you. Chief, I had a question. Last time you were here, you mentioned there may be some changes to the Delta shift. Could you elaborate on that? I know a lot of well, most often homicides, when you wake up, you hear it on the news, there have been homicides overnight. So I wanted to know if that had actually been done, those changes that you were considering?
Yes.
And if you've seen any results from those, or where we're going with those? Thank you.
Absolutely. It's still in the early stages. However, we continue to evaluate our calls for service. Our effort really is to reduce the amount of time that it takes for officers to get to a call, which is an important metric for public safety, not just, how fast we answer the call, but how fast we get an officer on the scene of a call. So we want to make sure that we are at least aligned with national best practices for an agency our size. The Delta shift deletion occurred, May 27th, and officers signed up for their new assignments. We have 3 shifts now, which is very common for law enforcement agencies around the country who have done it historically. The Delta shift, it was time for us to move in a different direction. It was created many, many, many years ago when we had enough officers to fully staff a Delta shift. Now those officers have been placed in areas that we need them, and especially in the hours and times of day that we need them the most. Right now, so far, so good. Officers don't like change, but for the most part, I think they've adjusted, and we'll continue to evaluate and make sure that we're effective with our staffing.
Also, the last thing, unless there's something else that my colleagues may have, the civilian positions that you were looking at, I know last time you did your update, there were some that you were looking at that could possibly be held by civilians. Could you update us on that?
So we're having internal conversations. As you know, we have the police services technician. Our police services technician, that program typically helps young people move into a police officer position. But in every situation, it doesn't necessarily work out for that individual. Instead of us sending those folks on to find a job somewhere else, we're creating permanent police services technician positions in the department so that we can continue to have that civilian support that we're talking about, and not just with police services technician. We'll be speaking to the administration on how we create positions for other individuals that can do non-enforcement type work, whether it's responding to a shoplifting call or something like that, where there just needs to be a report, or whether someone's lawnmower was stolen and they just need a police report and they don't want to call in the police report, they want somebody to be there. We plan to utilize civilians in that capacity. It'll be a force multiplier for the department. It'll free up our officers to do other more important public safety work as well.
And what's your target for that? I mean, I like where you're going with that. What's the target for having that implemented?
Actually, it's sort of ongoing. We've already started moving individuals, say for instance, those who didn't make it through the academy, back into public police services technician positions. But at some point in the very near future, I would say within the next 30 days, we'll have to work with HR on making an announcement, creating a job description so it's very clear that we have positions for individuals who would want to be trained and to become, a support to the police department in a non-enforcement capacity.
Absolutely.
So we're still having to make sure that we go through all of the normal protocols to make it happen.
Okay, great. Sounds good. And we appreciate that update. Any further comments, questions, colleagues? Any other business before this committee? If none, this committee is adjourned. Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
Zoning Committee. May I have a roll call, please?
Councilman Warren, Councilman Jones.
Here.
Councilwoman Logan. Councilman Ford. Chair Johnson.
Present. Today, we have 4 items on the agenda. The first one is a resolution approving an honorary street name change of North Morrison Street between Madison Avenue and Court Avenue for Mark Flanagan. This affects District 5, Super District 9, and is sponsored by Councilman Warren. Councilman Warren, would you like to make any comments?
A well-known Memphian who did much to help with our restaurant entertainment areas. He brought Overton Square to life in the 80s. He was an interesting character in that he actually took it upon himself to run against Congressman Ford, so there'd be someone running against him every election, even though he knew he was not going to win. I think Dabney actually got to run his campaign once and said it was a lot of fun running a political campaign where you didn't have to win because you knew you weren't going to. So he was a real supporter of Memphis and a friend of many in town, and recently passed. I think he used to hold court at the Blue Monkey on Madison next to the street that we're going to change the name to. And I was asked by our congressman if we could possibly do this, and I'm bringing it up to us tonight. And I'd like to have same night minutes if we could. I think that it's going to be more appropriate to have Congressman Cohen come and do a presentation for this and discuss his friend for us at some point, as he knows him much better than I. But in the meantime, I would appreciate your support on this street name change, and would like to have same night minutes if we could tonight, Madam Chair.
Okay. Can I have someone to move it?
Move it. Second.
Moved by Ford, second by Jones. All in favor, respond by aye.
Aye.
Anyone in opposition? Hearing none, that has passed. The second item is a PD 22-07. It's located at 6685 Shelby Drive, District 3 and Super District 8. This item was held from 7/12. Office of Planning and Development, will you come forward and share information? And while they're coming, can I get someone to move this?
I'll move it.
Second.
Move and second, moved by Jones, second by Warren.
You don't need a presentation. You didn't want a presentation, did you?
A presentation has been requested.
Madam Chair, we're trying to get the presentation here. Excuse us for just 1 minute.
Getwell Road and Holmes Road affecting District 3 and Super District 8. Can we get a presentation from the Office of Planning and Zoning?
So moved.
Moved by Warren, second by Robinson. Planning and Zoning presentation, please. We listen to go first.
essentially light industrial uses or EMP at 4867 Getwell and Zero Homes Road. An aerial shows a site. There's a smaller 2.6 acre property right there at Getwell, along with a larger, approximately 50 acre property surrounding it. There's also a large, about 200 to 275 foot gas easement to the south of this property. Quick zoning and land use. Underlying zoning, it's conservation agriculture. There was a BOA case from 2019 that I will get into in a second that essentially approved very similar uses for this site. A few site photos of the existing site, again showing it's essentially been used as contractor storage or existing light industrial uses already. Both of these photos are from Getwell Road. So back to the BOA case, again, this was from 2019. The notice of disposition showed that it approved a contractor storage operation consisting primarily of outdoor storage. That was the approved site plan for the site. And so essentially getting into this, it's not changing too very much. The applicant would like to keep most of the existing landscaping, existing setbacks, and essentially adding just a few broader uses to be allowed. But in conclusion, again, just this is a new PD for EMP or light industrial uses. Staff feels that the PD approval is warranted given that it's been previously approved under BOA variants for very similar uses for several years. And there is also some existing commercial and industrial uses around the site. With that, the proposal was found to be consistent with Memphis 3.0. Land Use Control Board recommended approval on the consent agenda. There was no opposition, and we are recommending approval with outline plan conditions on pages 18 through 21. And with that, I'm available for any questions.
I'm sorry. Seeing that there's no questions, can we vote on this matter? All in favor, will you please respond by aye? Aye. Any in opposition? Hearing none, that matter is approved. The second item is item number 4, PD 22-14. 4429 and 4439 Clark Road, District 3, Super District 8. May I have a presentation from the Planning and Development and Zoning Committee? Moved by Warren and second by Corvette.
All right. Again, Lucas Skinner with Division of Planning and Development. So this is PD 2022-14. This is actually a fairly similar request. Essentially the same uses. This is just at 4429 and 4439 Clark. This is quite a bit smaller than the last request that we saw. This is approximately just over 11 acres. Again, 2 properties. Here's an aerial showing the site has pretty much not been developed. It is still very heavily wooded. Give a show of what's going on with zoning and land use. It is surrounded by predominantly industrial uses to the south and west. There are some residential uses further to the north and across Clark Road to the east, but again, predominantly industrial to the west and south. A few site photos showing, again, the existing heavily wooded landscaping along both sides of Clark Road. There was similar to the last request, this also had a previous case, PD 90-366, that was approved by both council and Shelby County Board of Commissioners. Again, for exactly the same request for light industrial uses. This is just a snippet of the outline plan conditions that were approved. So again, this would essentially be a PD to revive that previous PD that had expired. Again, very similar outline plan, pretty large setback and landscape plate along Clark Road, and then the PD would encompass both of those properties. In conclusion, we're essentially recommending approval considering the large setback and surrounding industrial uses, and given somewhat of the setback from the residential uses to the north and the east. It was found to be consistent with Memphis 3.0, and with that, we're recommending approval with the outline plan conditions on pages 16 through 20. And I'm available for any questions.
Are there any questions among the council? Seeing none, then let's go for a vote on this. All in favor, respond by saying aye.
Aye.
Is there any opposition? Hearing none, this matter has also passed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's go back to the first one. Item number 2. PD 2207, 6685 Shelby Drive, District 3, Super District 8, held from 7/12.
Good morning. Teresa Shelton with the Division of Planning and Development, 125 North Main Street, Suite 477. Here before today, PD 22-07, Century Express Car Wash, represented by Anita Ansharbo and Matt Wolf with ETI Corporation. The address is 6685 East Shelby Drive. It's an amendment to the Ross Creek Plan PD to allow for a car wash establishment. Here's a location map that shows you where the subject property is. The vicinity map, as you can see, surrounded by residential. There's a zoning atlas, the zoning map that shows it's right on the corner of Shelby Drive and Ross Roads. Sorry. All right. This is a view of the subject property from East Shelby Drive looking north. Also a view of the subject property looking northwest. Here's a view of the property from Ross Road looking northeast. Here's a view of the alley off of Ross Road that shows the residential area located behind this property. Here's a site plan of what the car wash is going to look like once it's constructed. This is a conceptual landscape plan. I've asked, if you remember from last time, that they increase the buffer that's next to the residential area. So they have agreed to do that. I didn't have the new site plan uploaded with the landscape, but I do have copies if you all would like to see them. This is the concept plan showing of the car wash. Here's what the actual car wash will look like. It shows the elevations to the north, south, and the east or west of the property. And this is just showing you where everything will be placed as far as the trash enclosure, pay station, the interior elevations of the property. Here's what the sign will look like in the logo for that property. And in the comprehensive plan review, they viewed that it was a low commercial area, and based on it, that it was not consistent with the Memphis 3.0 plan. In conclusion, the applicant is requesting an amendment to the Ross Creek Plan PD to allow for a car wash establishment. The site plan is in conformance with the outline plan conditions other than the vehicle car wash, which was not included as a permitted use in Parcel A in the previous approved case PD 94304CC, because the Unified Development Code requires a special use permit for this type of use in commercial mixed use CMU1 zoning district. The proposed development will injure or damage the use, value, and enjoyment of the surrounding properties, nor unduly hinders or prevent the development of surrounding properties in accordance with the current plan. Staff recommended rejection. However, if you all decide to approve this, the following general plans and conditions will apply. If you have any questions for me, I am here.
Okay. Hello. Identify, ma'am.
Good morning, Council. My name is Anita Archambault of ETI, 1755 Linwood Road, Memphis, Tennessee, 38199.
You may proceed.
I just want to, first of all, take the opportunity to thank you for holding this item for 2 weeks and present our request to have this plan development amendment approved. We respectfully request that you approve this planned unit amendment, as did the Land Use Control Board. They approved it unanimously last May. We respect how important this development is to the neighborhood, and in the past 2 weeks, we have reached out to those members of the community that made contact with us, and we're happy to report that all members have become in support of this project, and we're happy to provide all documentation that you would like to see of it. To ensure that we are the best neighbors possible, we did provide an additional 21 trees along the rear property line to create a more visual buffer between the building and the south property line. We pushed the building as far close to Shelby Drive as we could to create essentially a buffer of plus or minus 75 feet. We listened to the neighbors and made sure that there was going to be no light trespassing or light interference to the adjoining property owners. We hosted a meeting at the existing Winchester operations so that neighbors could understand and appreciate the operations as they currently stand. In fact, one was held in March and one was held just recently as yesterday, so that people could have an understanding of what would it be like to have this car wash as their neighbor. And they all were happy to see that the operations were clean. They were wonderful. The people were running it were professional and supported having this type of use in their neighborhood. We also hosted an informal Zoom meeting and a formal Zoom meeting back in March. We had a total of one attended the first meeting, 2 attended the second. We had one that was in favorable support and even provided a letter of support this weekend, supporting the car wash in his neighborhood. And all in all, multiple notices went out with 600 neighborhoods members being contacted, of which 5 people contacted us. More importantly, only one submitted comments to the city in an email form, which we've been able to contact, and she is now in support of that. Ms. Georgette, while she wishes there could be a neighborhood hub for community youth as a use in this neighborhood, we've been able to kind of figure out a way to collaborate on making that kind of dream come true. So we understand that this is a use that's not currently allowed within this particular planned unit development, but it is on a corner lot, which within your code can be allowed through a special use permit. And just as you redo your codes from time to time, we think it's appropriate that this particular planned development be amended as well. With that, I'd be happy to take any questions.
One sec. Thank you. Council members, do we have any questions? Yes, Councilwoman Robinson, you're recognized.
Please share with me why you rejected it again.
Thank you. I did basically because of the buffer, and like I said, I did get some calls from people, and their main concern was the noise.
Mm-hmm.
So I asked them to increase the buffer along the rear of the property to see if that would help. But I did it based on, if I hadn't have put it in place and the Land Use Control Board approved it, then it wouldn't have been a buffer there. You know?
Okay.
So that's why I put it in place and did it like that. So if it was approved by the Land Use Control Board, at least I had that condition in there to cover the rear of the property.
Okay, so you do approve of that use now that you have that buffer?
Because they agreed to increase that buffer.
Okay, so I don't know anything about the decimals of noise. Do we have anything in there so that we can check that?
I don't have anything in there. Like I said, I really just kind of listened to the residents that called me. I think I got the one from Ms. Georgette Kearney, where she was, expressing her concerns. So I just wanted to just make sure at least that would be the case. Because a lot of them said, you know, hey, we got kids that walk by there, there gonna be people hanging out, you know. It was just a lot of different things that on the phone calls that I got, but nobody sent anything in writing. Ms. Georgette Kearney was the only one that actually sent me something in writing. Yes, ma'am.
Council members, I've gotten just a couple of phone calls on this, and everything that have in the past, in my 7 years that I've been on the council, the community did not want. This is what they prefer in that location, a little strip mall that may have a beauty shop, barber shop, somewhere to sit down and eat, but that's what they want all over District 3, and we are having a problem attracting those organizations to our community for several reasons. This is a more upscale car wash, and I was concerned about safety in the area, and because we're having an uptick in crime, I would like to ask that whoever's purchasing this property would put a Skycop camera there, so if there's any problems, the police can look at that immediately.
Name and address, please, sir.
Good morning. Leroy Ratliff, 527 Halley Park Drive, Collierville. I'm one of the partners of the car wash, Century Express. And we've taken this project very seriously as it relates to our community. Our facilities will have cameras. We probably have on average 30 to 40 cameras per site that helps us monitor 24/7 to make sure that we've got the right things happening on our site that need to be happening. In addition, this particular site will also have a wrought iron fence around the property itself, which is not depicted in the plan at this point in time. We've met with everybody that stepped forward to us or through the city, and I'm happy to report that we have the support of all the neighbors that stepped forward to talk with us about the project. In addition to inviting whoever wanted to come down to our site at Winchester and Riverdale, which we opened a little over a year ago.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Need to
questions.
Okay, you may continue. Councilwoman Robinson. Councilman Covette, you're recognized.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chairman. Just a couple quick questions. Is the wrought iron fence in the conditions, or do we need to add this as a friendly amendment?
I'm sorry?
Is the wrought iron fence that you spoke of in the conditions, or do we need to add it as a friendly amendment?
It's not in the conditions. However, if you'd like to add it as a friendly amendment, I'm perfectly fine with that.
All right. How tall a wrought iron fence are we talking about? 8 foot, 10 foot?
5 to 6 feet.
5 to 6 feet. I would prefer, just suggestion, 6 foot. How about we do this then? Can we do 8?
I think you can do 8 on wrought iron, if I'm not mistaken.
Can we go ahead and do 8? 8?
8 feet?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'll double check and I'll let you know for sure, but I think you can do 8 on the wrought iron.
Okay. All right.
Yeah,
Why
it's 8
don't,
on wrought iron.
if there's no objection from the applicant, no objection from the group, I'll add that as a friendly amendment for an 8 foot, but staff will clarify that prior to 3:30. Part 2, on the cameras, are there any conditions as regarding these 30 to 40 cameras in our packet? I didn't see it.
No, I mean, I didn't get the information on the cameras.
Very good. Would you be amenable to a friendly amendment of a minimum 30 security cameras on campus?
Perfectly fine.
All right, then without opposition from the applicant, no opposition from the floor, that is the second friendly amendment. And I do have some follow-on questions.
You may continue.
All right, thank you. So the 2 friendly amendments are in fact added. staff, just want to make sure because this is kind of new. So it came through, didn't have the landscape buffer to your satisfaction. You rejected it. You recommended rejection. They then added the landscape buffer, and so now you are withdrawing your recommendation of rejection.
Correct.
That is correct. All right. In future reference, can we add that as a note? Because I know that you've got to go to press, and there are certain timeframes that you've got to.
Because I have another one that's going to come before you.
Okay. So,
yes, we can.
all right, and Mr. Brett, we would both be amenable to a friendly amendment changing staff recommendation to acceptance.
Yes, sir. And we actually have a note on the front page of this, but where we can make sure that we have that clarified in the future on future cases as well.
Okay, please do, because I didn't see it. It's just, that's actually a new one on me, the timing of this thing.
It is for us too, and so we want to make sure
I was
we
just
get
going to say, this is new for us too.
Okay, cool. All right, then just because I'm the former landscape geek, if you would get me that plan, I'd just like to eyeball it. But we'll accept that. It's not a friendly amendment, but just make sure we add the paperwork to the file. I have no further questions. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Councilman Jones is recognized.
Thank you.
Yes.
I'm sorry. Can you bring up, I think it might have been the last page of the presentation.
You talking about the conclusion?
Yes. So I was reading number 3, the proposed development will injure or damage the use, value, and enjoyment of surrounding property, nor unduly hinder or prevent the
I
development.
noticed that error when I was reading.
Oh, that's an error?
Yeah, that's an
Okay.
error.
Okay. So
And I do apologize.
based upon the changes that they've made, will this or will it not, just to be clear, it will not injure or damage the use?
It will not. Once they go ahead and put the buffer in place, the wrought iron fence, I think it'll be fine.
Okay.
And he's agreed to add the cameras, which is what the neighborhood is wanting. They're wanting protection from any violence or anything that will happen at a car wash.
Okay.
So I think that they will be fine on doing this project.
Well, if it will not, because I was about to say, even with the conditions that you made, it would still
Right.
injure
And keep
or
in
cause
mind, now,
damage.
this is my presentation from the Land Use Control Board, so I didn't change it. And that's why I was stating that the reason why I put that condition in there, because had they approved it, which they did, that condition for the landscape buffer would not have been in there. So, on the approval. So I had to put it in there so to make sure that if they did approve it, we could get the buffer that we asked for.
Great. Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome, Councilman Jones. Are there any other questions from the council? Seeing none, let's take this to a vote. And we're going to vote on it as amended. Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone in opposition or opposed? Hearing none, this will receive a favorable recommendation. Thank you. Thank you, Planning and Zoning as well. That's all I have for Planning and Zoning, unless someone would like to bring something to my attention. Nothing being brought, this committee is
Okay, please call the roll.
Councilwoman Johnson. Councilman Smiley. Councilman Warren. Councilman Jones. Councilman Colvette.
Here.
Councilwoman Logan. Councilman Ford. Chair Robinson.
Present. Thank you. On our agenda today, council members, we're just a few minutes behind. We should have started about 10:30, so we might need to tighten up our presentations. We have the first presentation will be the Memphis Aquifer Research Project, and the second will be the Memphis Street Light Replacement Project. May I have a representative from the Caesar Center at the University of Memphis to please come to the podium? State your name and address.
9063 South Wilderwood Lane, 38016.
Thank you. You may make your presentation.
Thank you. Is it on the screen?
Staff, can you please assist them with the presentation? We have it here. No, I don't. Staff, do we have a presentation for the water?
In our club.
Okay. Okay.
So you have it in front of you? You do? City Council does?
We have the paper copy.
I can go through the paper if you want to save time.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. So I'm Brian Waldron, and I direct the Center for Applied Earth Science and Engineering Research at the University of Memphis. And I will go through this quickly to give you back some of your lost time. The second page is completed deliverables. We have 5 of those. The next page talks about our first one, 1-5. This is looking at optimization of how MLGW could place their wells both vertically and spatially, and also pumping in order to reduce the movement of any potential contaminants or young water toward the well field. So this has been very informative to MLGW. The next page, 2-5 project, is looking at the Davis well field. This is in southwest Memphis. This is where the Mahalia pipeline was going through. And then you have your industries on Inslee Bottoms. We do see a breach on the west side of Davis. Water is getting through that and going to the well field. Interestingly, we also see water coming in from the east, but we do not know where. So that is a place of investigation of could there be another breach east of the well field. The next page is 2-7. This is the Shaw well field. Shaw well field is on the eastern side of Shelby County. It is in the recharge zone. Therefore, the protective clay over our groundwater is absent, and rainfall replenishes our groundwater supply. The Shaw well field sees water coming in from the northwest, and unfortunately, to the northwest, there are some contamination sites that we need to be concerned about and be aware of going toward the well field. Of course, MLGW is aware of this. The next page is 2-9, another project looking at how our streams interact with the shallow aquifer. So why do we care about the shallow aquifer and not the Memphis? Because the shallow aquifer is the source of water through the breaches to our groundwater. So we need to understand the shallow aquifer as well. And the next page of that same project shows you a diagram where by incorporating streams, we can better align what water is going through the breach in the tan versus a poor description, which is in the orange, which covers a much broader area. If we can understand how much water is getting through, that is a huge plus for understanding how contamination can also get through. The next page is 3-4. That project is a countywide water level survey. These types of surveys are very helpful because it lets us, 1, to identify potential breaches, but also 2, identify where breaches may not exist. The limiting factor on this particular project is how many wells we have access to in the shallow aquifer system. And where we have less access is to the north and to the east. And this hampers our ability to truly understand what's going on with the water in these areas. The next page is upcoming deliverables for August, for this coming month of August 2022. If you turn the page, you'll see one project, 2-6. This is looking at the hydraulic connectivity and thickness of riverbeds in the Wolf River, the Loosahatchee River, and Nonconnah Creek, the three major streams that cover all of Shelby County and all of Memphis. We are looking at how the rivers interact with the aquifer, because the rivers, just like at Shelby Farms, the Wolf River can interact with the shallow aquifer and move through a breach and into our groundwater supply. Therefore, understanding the importance of these river interaction with groundwater is important. The next page is 3-2. You've heard about Shaw Wellfield. You've also heard about Davis Wellfield, but this is Mallory Wellfield. This is near here, City Council. It is near North Parkway, and we are looking at what is going on with the Mallory Wellfield in the way of sources of water, both from the Mississippi River, the shallow aquifer, and what could be going on at Mallory. The last project, the last page that you have is 2-1. This is looking at the pattern of breaches. These breaches are paleochannels, and a paleochannel is like an old river, and a river forms a line. So is it possible that these breaches that we see as little pieces here and there are actually interconnected through a line? And if we can understand that, then we understand where to go and look. So that concludes the presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, I'd like to ask a question before I ask the council members. So where you say that there possibly are breaches and there are things that you need to study more, do you have a timeline of how you're going to address each of those?
A timeline? Can you repeat the part about knowing breaches?
So all the things that you told us you were not sure about, we want to know when you're going to be sure about it and what's your timeline.
So we are sure about the breach that we saw at Davis. We are sure about the absence of clay at Shaw Wellfield. We are unsure about the breach at Davis, and we would have to reinvestigate that. That may be part of that Aquitar 2 project. We are unsure about the, due to lack of control in the north part of Shelby County and east. The northern part is being investigated right now with assistance from the U.S. Geological Survey doing a flight. So that is ongoing right now. Was spoken at another MLGW meeting to the board. We did identify a breach at Sheehan Wellfield. We drilled through that, so we did identify that. And then the EPA, Environmental Protection Agency, and the U.S. Geological Survey allowed us to be on site at the custom cleaner site where they drilled through another breach. So we are actively kind of moving. Every time we get an opportunity to investigate these, we're at the forefront, working either with MLGW, other government agencies, or ourselves trying to figure this out.
Okay, thank you.
Yes,
Council members, do we have questions? Warren and Jones. Dr. Warren.
Just a general question. Thank you. Did the shallow aquifer survey show the potential for any new breaches? And if so, where are those new breaches on that shallow aquifer survey?
The shallow aquifer did not present any new breaches as compared to what it did in 2005 and 2015. Part of the issue that we have is that we are losing control. We are losing wells where we can actually go and sample water. And as such, when we see...
Why are you losing wells? What do you mean you're losing? You don't know where they are, or...?
A lot of the wells that are in the north and to the east are private wells, and we do not have access to those. Either the homeowner doesn't allow us back onto the property, or they've been abandoned. Another source of wells in those areas are underground storage tanks. These are operations with TDEC, and those records are limited in the time frame in which we look. When we use those records, you can't just pick anything you want. You have to pick the right months and the 5-year span preceding that. And if you fall outside that window and you're not in the shallow aquifer, we have to remove it. So we are seeing fewer and fewer of those.
Would it be helpful? Would it be helpful if you had county legislation that required people to allow you to do those samples on the private wells?
That'd be interesting. Telling a citizen what they can do. I think what we have tried, and we've talked with the health department on this, and the Shelby County Groundwater Quality Control Board, and the U.S. Geological Survey, is that when a public citizen wants to abandon their well, is that can we come in and help them not abandon it, but turn it into a monitoring well to where it's saved. It's not filled in with concrete, but we can keep it as an open hole so we can get a water level. And the USGS has alluded to the fact that they could take that well on as one of theirs. So we're trying to work through that. We also have been working with Shelby County Commission and the Health Department. We just got funding from them to do a groundwater monitoring well network. So the plan is to go into those areas where this study that you just asked about, one thing this study did is it told us where critical data is missing. So we're going to use that information and go drill our own well in those areas and create points. So we're using some funding from the Shelby County Health Department for that.
The second question is, how long will it take the contaminated water from the Horn Lake cutoff to move from the shallow aquifer to the Davis oil field, well field?
So we already see, so there's young water and contaminated water. We see young water that's not carrying contaminants with it through the Horn Lake cutoff and already reaching the MLGW well field. I think that's what, 18 years? What's the age of water on the western side of Davis? 30% mixing. So it already is mixing with the Memphis aquifer.
So the contaminated water or the young water is mixing with the aquifer?
Yes. Yes.
Both?
Yes to what?
The young water is mixing with the Memphis aquifer. At that location, we do not see contaminants yet going through this.
And how long do you expect before we'll see contaminants there? And when do we need to start doing intervention to stop that?
So we don't know what is leaving, what exists at certain industrial sites at Inslee Bottoms. We do not know what is leaving a site yet. Let's say if there is a site that has a contamination, we don't know what has left the area. Our calculations, our estimates for movement from certain areas of the Inslee Bottoms toward Davis is around 60 to 70 years. So if something has been leaking for that long, it's getting close. If it happened in the 1960s. So it needs further understanding of what potential contaminants may exist on Inslee Bottoms, and then understand when they got put into the aquifer. That's your start date. We know the movement after that, so that's what we need in order to calculate how fast it gets there. There is a...
So what data don't you have? You don't know what was there in the 60s?
We don't know the concentration of what was there in the 60s. We also do not know of the spread. Okay, so here's an example instead of running around in circles. Arsenic. Arsenic is an issue, right? And we have found records and spoken to people that say that some of the ash material was, and we have not verified this, but ash material was used to build berms on Inslee Bottoms. Well, if ash material is used to build berms, that material is moved from one location to another location. We don't know where that is. We don't know if it's true or not. But if that is the case, then something that we thought was in one location may be elsewhere, and that's an issue. So we don't have that information of what's happened 60 years ago, and we have to dig into the data to figure it out, if that data even exists.
Okay, so do you need to do groundwater studies or something, since you have a pretty good idea that they did use, I'm taking you to say ash material, you mean coal ash material used to build berms, okay, that we know's got the toxins and the heavy metals in it. So if those have been used to build berms to hold coal ash back or to hold other things back, then we've got an idea where those are. Now you know the motion of the water underground. What studies do you need, and when do we need to start funding those to protect that fresh water?
Right, so one thing that so to answer your question is, we need to start now. We need to, if you have a source and you have a production well, you need something in between. You don't want to wait until something hits your well, then you're like, oh, gee, because not only has it hit, but it also has produced a contaminant plume all along that entire path. So one thing that we're looking at doing, hopefully with Aquifer, we call it Aquifer 2, the next set of funding, is to look at wells in between potential contaminant locations or where we suspect something is happening in a production well, so we can catch it before it ever hits the production well. At Inslee Bottoms, you don't have that. You don't have a well in between certain industries and Davis. So what you would need to do there is put a well in between, kind of figure out where it could be, where you have your best chance to hopefully find something, which you hope you don't, but you know, put your well in and then test it. That's what you would need to do. You need to get it before it hits your well.
So what people, I guess, need to realize is what you guys are researchers at U of M looking at this, and people have asked you to do that. So right now, MLG&W is the one that's sort of funding this and making sure it happens. So I'm taking that the ask that you guys have as researchers or for someone to fund you a well in between so you can actually start gathering data. And then I guess my second question is, who's responsible for that remediation? Because it sounds like we've got to start remediation at that site soon.
So the answer to the first question is yes, as we begin to identify these potential hot spots, we do need to move to put a well in between, understand what's moving. Answer to your second question is a bit more complicated. It depends on if the industry still exists. It depends on who the owner is. It depends on if it's not in existence anymore. EPA has a kind of a big program that handles that kind of researches that, and has the more authoritative arm to point and say, you're going to do this, that, or the other. So EPA tends to do that.
Are they involved in this particular issue now?
They are only involved
specifically with this Davis wellhead.
No. Is EPA involved with TVA? TDEC is.
So
Department of Environment Conservation.
So TDEC knows about this wellhead, the issue with the Davis wellhead and that plume coming in its direction?
No. TDEC is aware of what's going on at TVA. As to what's going on between, if it's TVA or some other industry, TDEC is not, to my knowledge, aware of what could be going on where there's nothing existing between a plant, let's say, and the Davis well field. No.
Okay, so it seems like even though they're the arm that could be doing some remediation, they're unaware that there's remediation being needed?
It's hard to say that remediation is being needed because we don't have anything there to say that it's moving. So the groundwater moves in that direction. Is the contaminant on site, let's say at TVA, is it contained? Does arsenic hold itself into the soil really well that it's not moving in the groundwater? We don't know. That's the thing. We have to understand it's moving off site.
Please state your name and address before you speak.
Yeah, I'm Scott Schaefernacher with the University of Memphis, and my address is 2159 Riverdale Road, 38138.
Thank you.
With regards to the contamination over in Inslee Bottoms, TVA area, the arsenic is pretty much what we know now. So they've been monitoring, the whole area is full of monitoring wells, different depths, and the arsenic concentrations seem to be within that area. I don't know of any maps that show it migrating further to the south. However, there are 3 monitoring wells that they drilled back in the mid-90s right off of Horn Lake Cutoff that show some arsenic concentrations. However, I can't remember off the top of my head since it's been a while looking at it, but there were some arsenic concentrations in the shallow aquifer, but none seen in the production wells actually at Davis Wellfield. So how those concentrations are connected with TVA, there's no data in between the two. So EPA and TDEC are monitoring these sites.
And we don't know if Horn Lake, if surface water flow in Horn Lake Cutoff is a contributor. It doesn't have to just necessarily move through groundwater underground. It can move through a surface water system. But in order to know that, we would need to test creek bed material in Horn Lake Cutoff.
Okay, and I guess, you know, I'm just trying to figure out, it sounds like we know we've got a problem there, and we're trying to figure out who's going to remediate it and when, as opposed to waiting another 15 or 20 years, and then we've got, oh, holy heck, now we got contaminated aquifer. So, and what you're telling me, it's complicated, and I guess I'm trying to figure out what we as a council should do to try to help this situation along. What is your suggestion that needs to be done at this point?
We're in the last year of the funding for the 18 cents per meter per month, and 8 cents. And keeping that going would be good, because one thing we want to do is go back to Inslee Bottoms with the next level of funding and look at that more closely.
Anything else that needs to be done as far as getting TDEC and EPA to come in? Because I think you just said they're the only people who can actually make something happen. How do we make that occur?
I'm going to say that we have to find something before they step in. I don't think they're going to step in with speculation. So
and we can't find, until we do these other wells, we're not going to find it. Is that what you're saying?
Wells would give you something that is in the groundwater. That is true. I would also suggest that you test the creek bed material in Horn Lake Cutoff. That will tell you something that's there. You could, if access to land was possible, test any places where runoff from the ash ponds would have accumulated. Could those be hot spots that are off-site?
And
are there other sources of arsenic besides TVA?
So does that 18 cents per meter fund, if we continue that, would that help fund those studies you just mentioned?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Warren. Councilman Jones.
Good morning.
One question that I have, it may have been addressed here, but at this point, there are no remedies for the breaches that have been identified?
We actually have a ongoing project that is part of the current study that we are planning for it to be delivered or end this December, which is investigating, can we actually close a breach?
Okay.
And that is looking at the injection of a bentonite, a clay slurry, to fill the voids between the sands that would reduce the ability of water to move through the system.
Okay. And so that report would be made before this, that would be something that would come before this council as well, or MLGNW or any of the governmental bodies?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And so I think along those lines, it would be helpful, whatever the council would, whether it's the council or MLGNW's board, whatever we have to do in order to remedy a situation like this, knowing that our drinking water would be at stake, I think we would be most amenable to that.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Are there any other questions by council members? We've got one more item, and then we have an attorney-client privilege meeting. Thank you for your presentation on today, and we look forward to your follow-up.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay. Our second item is the Memphis Street Light Replacement Project, and this is all council districts requested by MLTW. So are you taking the lead on this, Mr. Connect? Robert Connect, you have the floor.
Thank you. Robert Connect, Public Works Director for the City of Memphis. So we have a presentation, and you should have had a handout. I think Eric's going to load that presentation. But I first want to kind of talk about the history of this and why we're here today. Many of you may recall Mayor Strickland, under his last State of the City address, made a commitment that the city was going to focus on replacing all of our streetlights with LEDs. I was commissioned to be the project lead for the City of Memphis and to embark down the path to help us get to this point. And I'm excited to say we are very close. And this update is about where we are at right now in regard to this project. I also was aware that it was something that needed to be done that's going to require a great team of individuals to support Public Works. And how do we get there? And so I was able to bring on board All World Project Management, Michael Hooks and his team, to help identify subject matter experts, to help draft the RFP, and basically get us to this point as well. So I want to thank All World for their help and assistance in getting us here. And also the critical point that we wanted to make is how do we do this at no cost? What is the best path, and can it be done so there is no cost to those who pay the streetlight fee? That's one of the most important aspects that you try to evaluate when you do such a significant project. So, this project, we started it. We've been going through this process for some time, working closely with MLGW, and then obviously All World helping us identify who our vendors should be. Through that process, we identified Amoresco. So Amoresco is the current company who we're in the middle of negotiating the contract with, MLGW is negotiating a contract with. So kind of looking back about who is Amoresco and what is their history. Amoresco has been doing this for a long time. You can see on this sheet here, on this presentation slide, the extent of their experience. Not only have they recently completed conversion of LED streetlights at Chicago, you can see 285,000 streetlights. They also were able to convert City of Phoenix at 92,325 lights. And their experience is very broad, and they bring a lot to the table, which you can hear from them about maybe, or we can go with that. But it's really a great opportunity to have someone that significance involved in this project. And that's what we wanted, because obviously we have a large streetlight network as well. Next slide. So what are the advantages of LEDs? Obviously, we're all aware that we currently have a network of high-pressure sodium lights, the ones you see commonly across the city. We have done some conversions, or MLGW has done some conversions preliminarily, but this project would be a complete conversion of all the street lights. The 77,000 streetlights that are currently in part of our existing City of Memphis network, not the interstate lights, but we're talking about those maybe at some point, but the 77,000 LED, the lights that are currently part of the City of Memphis network. So obviously the big thing is savings, is energy savings. These fixtures use 60 to 70% less energy. And then on the long term, because you're going to replace every light in a 2-year span, your maintenance costs are going to go down because you have an entirely new network of lights, and their life cycle extends basically 23 years. Wow. Safety is also a key aspect. As many of you have heard, they want to make the lights better, make everything brighter. The way these fixtures are designed, they can basically broadcast the light, the lumens a specific way. It's more controlled, it's more designed to improve the quality of the lighting. Whereas right now, the high-pressure sodiums are not directed. They're somewhat broader in nature. So you're going to have reduced light pollution. And then obviously from an environmental standpoint, because you're saving energy and you also have a path to basically recycle any fixtures you can that you take down, you're actually having a really positive outcome in reducing your carbon footprint. Next slide. One of the things that we really wanted to focus on and to take advantage of to the degree possible is what we call lighting management systems, or LMS. And why is that important? Well, as you can imagine right now, I know many of you can raise your hand, how many times you get complaints from the citizens about a street light out? Council members.
And especially on the interstate as well.
And why is that? Because, well, we don't know when the light is out. We require someone to notify us. And LMS will take that and make it a proactively component where it'll notify MLGW when the light is out. It'll tell it, this fixture is not working. So that's a huge aspect of this, where you have not only reduced 311 calls, but reduced complaints about those lights being out. So LMS provides that. It also provides enhanced infrastructure reliability. It also is going to reduce the amount of vehicles that have to go out looking for light outages on MLGW side. So those are huge aspects of it in terms of just those benefits alone. Also, the way you can target the lighting of the system as well. The LMS allows the fixtures to be adjusted to light illumination. So here's a good example I like to describe. When the street lights come on now, they come on. They come on at full. But if you were to incorporate what we call a gradual lighting system from dusk to dawn, for example, at dusk when the lights come on, you can actually start out at lower illumination and gradually increase the illumination till when it actually gets darker. And why is that a benefit? Well, it also further reduces energy, and it extends the life of the fixture beyond the normal use, because those fixtures have a number of hours they're going to operate over their lifespan. But if you can improve that lifespan, you're going to even improve the longevity of the fixture and make it even a better payback opportunity. And then you can also, conversely to that, you can also increase the illumination higher if you need to, in certain areas where if you have a situation where they need to do that, either in commercial corridors or in a public safety type of situation where there's maybe an event that they need to really lighten that, increase the illumination. Next slide, please. So what are some of the objectives that we looked at? Obviously, smart city plan. Many of you know we have a vision to be a smart city. This is a key aspect of that. LED improvements, we've talked about the illumination, the enhanced safety, increased safety and less maintenance, and then the savings due to maintenance. There's a lot of savings that can be leveraged from a conversion project. Next slide. Here's some really good points. Self-financing. Obviously, we wanted to do this budget neutral as much as possible. That's the current plan and goal. They're working on that right now as part of this. Right now, this is just an update. Obviously, we hope to have a contract finalized, and MLGW will be able to bring that to your attention for approval. But obviously, we're looking through that process now. The energy savings, we've already spoken to that. Improve quality of lighting with better lighting from a complete LED network. Obviously, our residents are going to benefit from this tremendously, both who walk, drive, and utilize our city streets in driving in the evening time. The local MWE goal is minimum set is 30%. Obviously, the goal is to exceed that. And then the safety aspects of it. But also, I should say, the disposal and recycling of the old 77,300 fixtures. Next slide, please. And then just kind of where we are in terms of this process. We hope to have a completed contract for approval here soon and to come to both the MLGW board and come to City Council. And then how long will it take? Hopefully, we hope that it can all be, most of it can be completed by the end of next year. It says October 2023. A lot of that is based on supply chain and availability of fixtures, but we think have a path forward for that because you're talking about replacing a lot of fixtures and getting all those installed. Construction activity and operation. Obviously, you know, in order to do this, you're going to have the trucks and manpower going up and down the streets, swapping out the old fixtures with the new fixtures to make traffic. Most of it will be done, obviously, during the daytime, but it may be some weekends as well. There'll be a lot of publicity about this to kind of keep the public informed about where they might be working and what that might mean for those residents. And then construction work crews. I mean, work's going to require temporary traffic lane restrictions, and the key thing is they won't have to turn any power off or affect the power as well when they do these swap outs. And I believe that's the end of the presentation. Oh no, sorry. One last slide. Estimated cost, $47 million to do the fixtures and the LMS. Again, currently we envision that to be a budget neutral without any rate changes. Ideally, that's our goal. That's our key aspect of it. We're trying to make sure of. Obviously, that's critical to both you, the mayor, and MLGW. We're working out a memorandum of understanding between the city and MLGW for some definition of objectives and obligations. As I mentioned, there's a contract agreement being worked on right now with Amoresco and MLGW. And then, again, we're bringing Amoresco to the table. We brought them in here for this project, and they have huge experience that benefits us in making this a successful project and deliver on the mayor's vision to replace all the streetlights in the city within this term.
Does that conclude?
So that's all I have, and we're interested in taking any questions.
Okay. I'd like Dana Jeans to come forward. He has would like to talk to us a little about the finances on this, and then we have questions from Councilwoman Logan. Are there any other council members Johnson & Jones, okay.
All right, Dana Jeans, MLGW CFO, 220 South Main. So MLGW currently owns the streetlight fleet and will continue to own the streetlight fleet when these fixtures are replaced. Therefore, they will remain assets on MLGW's books, and we will fund this probably with either a bond issue or a direct bank placement for the funding. We are looking at the option that includes the lighting control, which is the $41 million, I believe $47 million, I'm sorry. So that's the amount that we would be requesting for funding. The upcoming activity that we'll be presenting to the board and the council, as Director Connect mentioned, is the contract with Amoresco. That's the next step for us as MLGW, entering into that contract with Amoresco. Have I answered the question?
Thank you. Let me get the other council members, so I need both presenters to please come to the platform so that we can do this pretty quickly. Councilwoman Logan. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Chair. I have a couple of questions. I appreciate the update since last year when we started this process. My first question is, MLG&W will own the poles, and how does that play into right now where we currently are with the lights that are out now? Will this company go ahead and replace the lights that are out now if they are given the contract? Because there are a number of them still out, and I see September is the target date.
So we anticipate that any lights that are currently out would be maintained by MLGW. And we'll have to work out a plan of deployment with Amoresco. But the anticipation is that Amoresco would work in certain streets, and they would move from one fixture to another, to another, to another, taking down the old fixture and replacing it with the new LED light. So there would be a deployment plan that would be systematic, that would be efficient as far as the crews go, so they wouldn't be moving from one location to another, but would be able to kind of walk down a street and replace everything and then move to the next street.
Let me add that we're hoping to get enough fixtures in that MLGW can have some, so their staff, if they do have to replace a fixture, if we can get the inventory, they can go ahead and replace those lights as well with the LEDs. But it's all, like Dana said, it's really critical in terms of like how we deploy. That's a critical component of it. But the key thing is to call it in and notify MLGW there's an outage.
Okay, well, that's where we were last year. That's the question I had last year. So are you saying that the solution is once we contract with this company, they're going to go ahead and add a few more fixtures in to give them MLG&W fixtures now to replace all of the lights that are out now?
So Amoresco would be contractors on, and they would start to swap out street by street. Okay. We did talk about could additional fixtures be delivered to MLGW, and then they could then, if we have to do replacement, potentially utilize those. But we're still working on that as an opportunity.
Okay. Secondly, is the funds that we already approved or that was included in the mayor's presentation initially on replacing, I think it's Accelerate Memphis. How is that factored into this $47 million?
I think that the city was looking at ways to replace LED fixtures in parks as part of the Accelerate Memphis project. So we are looking at ways to leverage this opportunity with other things that need to be done in the city as well. The $47 million that we talked about, that's strictly just the street lights, and that's funded through MLGW as Dana referred to, either to those options that they're exploring. The funding you're talking about is part of the Accelerate, I believe, for the parks.
So that's changing, that money was for the light fixtures in the parks, not on the streets.
But we are looking at, because of this opportunity now with Amoresco, could we benefit as well from that? There are several other projects, companion projects, we call those, that we're looking at. And I don't want to get into too much about those, but those are some, we do want to leverage additional opportunities as we can. So the parks is the one with the funding for that, and there's a couple other projects that we're evaluating.
Okay, last question. The poles, they're not going to be, those won't be moved or anything, the ones that are owned by other, like telecommunications companies and things like that. Do we get funding for that or assistance with that, with this project?
No, the anticipation here is that fixtures on existing poles would simply be replaced with the new fixtures.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I'm glad she asked that question about the continuity and the plan for doing all the city. Make sure that we have a equitable plan, that we don't do all East Memphis and then decide to do South Memphis last. Let us see that before you begin, please. Councilwoman Johnson. You changed your mind? Okay, thank you. Councilman Jones.
Thank you. My first question is actually derived from the comment that Councilwoman Logan made. So when we talk about lights that are in parks or on public property, City of Memphis owned property, are those owned, operated, maintained by MLG&W, or is that the city?
No, those are usually city assets.
Okay. And so you're saying that we're looking to include those. Do we have an idea of out of this, I know it's not included in this number, but if we're saying we're looking at 88,000 here, could that possibly be 8,000, 800? Do we have an idea of what those numbers are?
Well, there's about 8,000 interstate lights that there's a potential opportunity for that's to be determined as well. But yes, again, the parks is one good example that we're evaluating. The city-owned properties is another potential future opportunity. It comes down to obviously the staging, the timing, and the funding for those as well. So again, there are a couple that are key projects that we're looking at that are a good timing for us to evaluate.
Okay. But do we have an idea of what that number is? Because if we're saying it's, I just don't know the numbers. If we're saying that it's 10% or 8,800, essentially saying, and I know, this is just pure extrapolation here. Well, 10% of this total amount would be the amount that we would need in order to do those facilities. But to Ms. Robinson's point, we would want to have, to me, it would be logical for us if we're doing this citywide to also include and incorporate what would be city-owned properties and city-owned lights as well.
Yes, sir, I agree with you. That's part of what we're trying to come up with a solution and identify what funding might be required to make that happen.
Okay. Now, so I'm looking at page 2. It says that on March 23rd, 2021, the City of Memphis issued the RFP with proposal. And so if MLG&W is going to own and maintain the streetlight system and therefore the city has no ownership interest, and then it also goes on to say that the city has no direct financial interest in the streetlight system, why did the city, as opposed to MLG&W, issue this RFP?
Well, we had hoped that, we were trying to get the project underway. MLGW has been involved and a stakeholder in this for the entire process. They are part of the committee. It was a question as to how best to make the project happen from a financial standpoint. And so we just had to pull together the right team and bring the information together to make the right decision. And the RFP really helped us to do that. We had not really, I think, done it to the level of evaluation and bringing in proposals to help us make a decision. I think before we hadn't really made that kind of determination to where we were satisfied that it could happen. And then yes, it did become, because of the contractual requirements and the funding opportunity, MLGW has taken on the role where they're going to be the funder and, as Dana said, the funding of it and the management of it.
So to me, it still sounds illogical what you told me, Mr. Connect, because that would have been equivalent to we need smart meters, and then the city, as opposed to MLG&W, went out and procured the RFP for smart meters. But that didn't happen, so why did streetlights happen in a different manner than what, and everything's going to be, so who's going to be supervising the installation? Is it going to be MLG&W? Is it going to be the city of Memphis?
It's going to be the MLGW. The city just wants to be a partner. Obviously, there's some smart city opportunities that we didn't really even get into the smart city side. That's going to be 100% city of Memphis. MLGW has not expressed any interest in that, but we do hope to leverage some smart city component to this. And we're getting into the obviously other opportunities that we want to hopefully evaluate. So we need to be involved in that part of that. So that's why it's a joint effort between the city and MLGW.
But what is the smart city? What's that? I'm not familiar with that.
The smart city is a very broad spectrum of opportunities, from like shot detection, 5G. There are so many different opportunities that we might have to just send you a slide on, like what are the smart city things that potentially could be leveraged. And there are also groups, subset of groups like Downtown Memphis, DMC, Uptown. They are very interested in providing funding to support some smart city applications. So as we go through this, we're going to potentially leverage other aspects of a conversion project, because these fixtures have the capability to add add-ons to do whatever someone could potentially want, like shot detection, like 5G. You know, there's a huge opportunity there. So that's why our role is important to be in part of this project.
Okay, and so my last question though is, if we say that we go ahead with this, and this seems to be the direction in which we're headed, at what point will we say that the city-owned properties are included in this? I would think it would be helpful, and it seems like it would be redundant for us to go through this process again, and it does not include what would be. And like I said, I don't have that number. You haven't given me a definitive number. And I didn't expect an exact one, but still some idea. If this needs to be another 10%, so, hey, 52 million in order to include that city-owned property, shouldn't we be having that discussion now? And why aren't we?
Yes, sir. So here's an example. AutoZone Park is one that we're actively working on, right? Because it's the opportunity. So that's one we've identified and we're working on, hope to leverage that opportunity. The parks is another opportunity. So I will work with the team and we'll come back with you on an idea. Again, that would not be included in MLGW's budget ask. It would be a city component of that. Like we're going to do, for example, what we're hoping to do with AutoZone Park as an example. So you could, obviously you want to look at this from potentially an energy savings performance contract, right? And ESPC. Is that a way to make this happen? Or would it just be a geo-bonded funded request from the city to make that happen? So I understand your ask clearly. We need to come back with you with better information to supply with you. But it can be done. This contract does give us the capability throughout the term of this to do that.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you, Councilman Jones. Councilman Warren.
I just want to know, what would this look like in the older parts of town where they have those bulbed street lights? How do these LEDs go with that and the ambiance in those neighborhoods?
That's a great question. So you can imagine 80% of our network are these what we call Cobra heads. If you see that, they're just the fixtures on the mast with a down fixture. The rest of them are what we call decorative fixtures. Pendants, post tops are the most common types you see. Those are going to be done we're going to focus on the Cobra heads and as the first phase, because that's the biggest bulk of them and the easiest ones to do. And then you look at the ways to replace the other ones, the bridge underpass lights, and the decorative fixtures. So, I mean, those are things.
So right now, the answer is we don't know what we're going to do with those yet.
No, we do. There are swaps. It just they are just going to take a little bit different. They're going to take a little bit longer to get because they're not as common as like the standard Cobra heads. But our goal is to replace, again, all of those 77,300, and about 65,000 of them are Cobra heads.
I just wonder what's the difference in the lighting quality? I mean, it's like, because those have a certain ambiance. How do you get that with LED, or do you? Is it going to be different? And if so, is there some place we could look at it online?
Yeah, a lot of it is the color temperature choice. So if you never noticed, like we converted the ones on Main Street from high pressure sodium to LEDs. So it depends on the color temperature selection. So like the 3K versus 4K. The 3K is a lot closer to the high pressure sodium look that you're talking about. So there are illumination standards. We're getting really deep into the weeds. We start talking about that, but I understand what you're saying.
And I understand what you're saying. You can fix it. That's what you're saying. I get it. Thank you. That's what I got you. Appreciate it.
Does that end your question? Councilwoman Johnson, and then Logan had a redirect.
Thank you for the opportunity again. How much does the average customer pay right now for this lighting?
So the streetlight fee is the mechanism by which the costs are recovered in the city of Memphis. So a typical residential customer pays about $4.32 per month. If you live in an apartment, it's about $1.08 per month.
Okay. With all these enhancements, what will happen to that rate?
So the anticipation is the LED fixtures are a lot more energy efficient. So the cost that we have to pay for energy should be greatly reduced, maybe 50, 60%. So that's going to be a savings that will be used to offset the capital cost of the new fixtures. There is also additional maintenance savings because we will have all new lights basically. So a lot of the maintenance that's related to burned out lights should disappear. So we anticipate overall that we'll have a positive cash flow out of all this. So again, as Robert Connect said, it should be hopefully no impact on the streetlight fee.
Okay. You know what you're collecting already. Then how long do you think that savings will take for you to pay off the bonds or whatever you're using to finance this operation?
Well, we're looking at a 20-year positive net present value, so I think the payback will be somewhere in the 10 to 12 years range.
Okay, and then what will happen? We'll still be paying $4 per household?
There'll be an ongoing streetlight fee to pay for the energy cost and pay for the capital cost and the maintenance that's required for the new lights.
Okay, it seems to me if you're making improvements, then somehow the end user should see a reduction in a period of time. I understand what you're saying, but at the same time, look like we should be able to see some type of reduction rather than it, I'm sure, like everything else, it's going to go up. So we're really not going to see any reduction.
Well,
so,
and certainly what we'll do is we'll look at it once we have the lamps deployed. We'll see what our actual performance is in terms of energy and in terms of maintenance. And if we see that we can adjust the streetlight fee down, then we would do so.
But we shouldn't definitely not see an increase anytime soon.
That's the plan.
Not an assurance, but a plan. Okay, thank you, Chair. That's all I wanted the public to know, that they should not, in my opinion, be realizing any type of increase, and Memphis Gas and Wires are going to try to make that work out for it in their best interest. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Councilwoman Johnson. Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chair. And again, I'm so delighted that you all have come together and are working on this with our world. I would like to see you all come back when you come back, to bring a little bit more detailed information on ownership and maintenance. I know that was one of the things that was confusing initially, who actually owned them, who's responsible for the maintenance and changing of the lights. And so once we make the capital investment and MLG&W owns them, I want to make certain that you all are saying that MLG&W will be the responsible party in replacing them and maintaining them and all of that, if that can be included, as well as the Smart City 5G rollout. That was one of my questions about the telecommunications companies. How do they play a factor in this? So when you come back, if you could bring detailed information on that as well, include that in your presentation. would be greatly appreciated.
Yes, and Councilman, a couple of quick responses to that. I know we're over time. First off, we're here today in preparation of bringing a contract to council, hopefully as soon as possible for approval. So we're trying to get all your input before, because as we bring the contract forward, we hope to get that contract approved quickly, because our goal being getting the lights process swap over started ASAP. So your questions are really important to us to get that information, and then trying to answer that in advance, so when the contract comes back, we're ready to move forward as quickly as possible. In terms of the history of this, and I'll speak to that, in 2012, prior to 2012, the streetlights were under Public Works, 100%. It was about a $13 million operation that the city funded out of its general funded operations. And that 2012 council asked MLGW to take the streetlights over fully, and with that transferred all the ownership of that to MLGW at that time. So I mean, that was that's why what Sir Gene said earlier is true, that MLGW owns and operates and manages the streetlight system. The city had that up until 2012, but transferred that as part of that removal of the funding for it, and then the creation of the streetlight fee.
Well, with that being said, I'm just concerned at this point about the same thing I was last year about the areas in the city, particularly in our urban areas that are in the dark. So if MLG&W totally owns them, somebody needs to, go ahead and get them replaced. And if we were waiting to get this all worked out before we started that, I understand that. And I'm hearing that that's what we were doing during this interim. So now that we have all that clarified and know who's responsible, and we're going to need to buy them, and we're going to replace them with the 5G smart city, we just need to go ahead and, get the replacing these lights that are out in the dark areas, because there are a number of places in our districts that are in the dark. So I appreciate that clarity, but when you come back with the contract, I understand you want to go ahead and, get it approved. So if you need to, between now and then, send detailed information to the council members that answers all of the questions that you've been posed with today, I think that would be the best solution to continue moving forward. But those questions need to be answered before we sign off on spending $47 million, and, the constituents need to know as well.
No, I understand. And again, the really good point too is that once we convert all of the fixtures to LED, it's going to make a huge difference. Okay, significant difference. And then, the question we also asked ourselves and the team was, then we evaluate, do we need to add more fixtures? There's more. It just, again, the first step is replacing everything. Then you evaluate and move forward from there on additional lighting needs.
Absolutely.
But we will definitely work on getting you an answer to your questions in advance.
Thank you.
Can I make one clarifying comment to Robert mentioned the previous billing arrangement with the city of Memphis, and that was changed by this body when the streetlight fee was put in place, I believe in 2014. Up until that point, MLGW billed the city of Memphis based on the investment in streetlight plant and the energy use, but MLGW still owned the streetlight assets even prior to that. So we really always owned the streetlight assets. The billing mechanism changed at that point from billing the city of Memphis directly instead to billing customers via the streetlight fee. So for example, the other municipalities that have streetlights, Germantown, Collierville, Bartlett, so on, we bill them directly as we previously billed the city of Memphis.
Thank you. And Councilwoman Logan was just trying to make sure that we are still replacing lights until we get this new program in place. We have lights out everywhere. Our crime is going up. We need light on those situations, please. Thank you. Thank you for your presentations on today. Council members, this ends our MLGW committee meeting. You are to go directly to the council conference room upstairs for attorney-client
It's 12:56. I call the Public Works, Solid Waste, and General Services Committee to order. Ms. Keaton, can you do what you do? I got it.
Present. All right. Councilman Warren. Present. Chair Smiley.
Thank you. I'm here. There are way too many items on the agenda today. There are a total of 10. Thank you, administration, for loving us so much to place so much on the agenda. All right, we're going to try to go through a lot of these pretty quickly. Item number 1, resolution to appropriate funds for construction of the TE Maximum Water Waste Treatment Facility, Lagoon 2A, and Sludge Disposal Earth Complex in the amount of $8,168,600. Project number SW02006, District 6, Super District 8, requested by the administration. Can I get a motion second? Moved by Warren, seconded by Councilwoman Johnson. Director, the floor is yours, good sir.
Thank you, Robert Connect, Public Works Director, City of Memphis. This project is about any project we have ongoing down at the South Wastewater Treatment Plant. We have significant improvements ongoing there, and this is one aspect of that where we're replacing or working on one of our biological lagoons or anaerobic lagoons and making some necessary improvements. So you can see this project is $8.1 million. It's split 50% basically PAYGO, which means sewer revenues, sewer bond revenues, and then WIFIA, which is the loan we got from EPA, Water Infrastructure Financing Improvement Act, at $4.1 million. There was a goal of 9% set, 11% goal set. 9% goal is being met with MBE and 2% with WBE. The MBE goal will be met by Infinity Supply LLC and W&T Contracting Corp. The WBE goal was not met, but the contractor submitted good faith effort documentation.
Any questions? It appears that all hearts and minds are clear. Councilwoman Johnson, the floor is yours. Let me get your mic on.
Repeat the last, why the minority participation was not met? Did you say they did not meet it?
Yeah, there was a 2% goal set for WBE. They met the 9% in the MBE goal, but they were not able to meet the WBE goal. But they did submit a good faith effort where they had tried to get participation from the WBE side.
Okay.
Which means that the thing we're facing is more and more difficulty of finding contractors. The construction market is very busy right now, so we are seeing more and more saturation of the opportunity-wise. So there's the pool is just most of them are so busy, Councilwoman.
Let me ask you this: when a situation arises like that, and they're saying they're not able to find these individuals, I guess they go over and talk to Marvell Mitchell Group first of all, or what is done to make sure every effort is made to meet those requirements?
So one of the goals, and I think OBDC would be great to talk about what they do in terms of like expanding our pool. What we've done in Public Works is also do reach outs. We've tried to do opportunities, bringing in industry contractors, making them aware of what it is, what type of work it is, and encouraging participation. And obviously, OBDC, we work with the OBDC office a lot in trying to identify future opportunities and encouraging contractors to look for these contracts and to bid on them.
So in other words, you just don't let the contractor be totally responsible. He does contact you and tell you he's having a difficult time and help me, and then the city gets involved and does their best effort as well?
Yeah, they basically get a list of all the certified vendors from the city, and they try to market to those as best as they can, because that's their responsibility as the contractor to utilize those available contractors who are certified, and then that's what that good faith effort documentation is about.
That's what I was saying. I want to make sure you were made aware of it far enough in advance so if you could provide any assistance, you were given that opportunity. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. That's what we hope to do all the time.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Johnson. All right. It appears that all hearts and minds are clear. All those in favor?
Aye.
All right. It's an opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Thank you. Item number 2. Resolution to accept, allocate, and appropriate federal grant funds in the amount of $97,336, state and grant funds in the amount of $422,750 under architect, engineering, and construction for project number PW01274 Parkway, North Parkway Sidewalks Project, as well as allocate and appropriate GO bonds in the amount of $46,584 under architect, engineering, and construction for project number PW01274 District 5, Super District 9, requested by the administration. Can I get a motion second? Moved by Warren.
Second.
Seconded by Johnson.
I had another question on the first question. I got to get back to.
Director is yours.
Thank you, Chairman. Manny Belen, Division of Engineering. So this project is to accept additional grant funds from the state. This particular project includes the construction of sidewalks and enhanced crosswalks along North Parkway between McLean and the existing Overton Park maintenance entrance. So that's right across from the Rhodes Homes, or the Rhodes College.
All right, Director. Dr. Moore.
So, Manny, that will be along the aspect of the zoo, and it will allow, I think, parking along that area so people could park there and still get into the zoo. So it goes from McLean up to that entrance on Overton Park, which is where the new entrance for zoo members parking is going to be. Is that correct?
That is correct, Councilman.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? All right, it appears that all hearts and minds are clear. All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? All right, it's in the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Thank you. Item number 3, resolution to accept, allocate, and appropriate federal grant funds in the amount of $809,133.60 under architecture, engineering, and construction for project number EN01036 STP SOUR program, as well as allocate appropriate GO bonds funds in the amount of $202,283.40 under architecture, engineering, and construction for project number EN01036 District 1, 4, and 5, Super District 8 and 9, requested by the administration. Can I get a motion in a second? Moved by Warren.
Second.
Seconded by Johnson. Director, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairman. So again, this is similar to the last item, which is accepting additional funding from the state and also appropriating some of the construction funds associated with it. The project pretty much entails multi-nodal safety improvements along basically 3 locations. One is near the Cherokee Elementary School. The other one is the intersection of Orman and Range Line Road. And the final one is up Mimosa and Carpenter Street. That includes sidewalks and enhanced crosswalks and some curb bump outs as well.
No questions? All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, it's the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Thank you. Item number 4, resolution to accept, allocate, and appropriate federal grant funds in the amount of $1,109,242.18 under architect, engineering, construction for project number EN01060 Ball Road Sidewalk Project, as well as allocate and appropriate GO bonds funds in the amount of $277,310.55 under architect, engineering, and construction for project number EN01060 District 4, Super District 8, requested by the administration. Can I get a move by Warren?
Second.
Seconded by Johnson. Director.
Yes, sir. So, again, like previous items, these include multi-nodal safety improvements along Ball Road, particularly between Perry Road to Manchester Road, and also along Manchester Road between Ball Road and Alsea. Again, this includes some sidewalk improvements, enhanced crosswalks, curb extensions, as well as pedestrian beacons.
Any questions on this item? All right, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, it's the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Thank you. Item number 5. Resolution to accept, allocate, and appropriate federal grant funds in the amount of $576,250.67 under AEN construction for project number EN01061 Dunbar Elementary School pedestrian safety project, as well as allocate and appropriate GO bond funds in the amount of $144,062.67 under architect, engineering, and construction for project number EN01061 District 4, Super District 8, requested by the administration. Can I get a motion in a second? Moved by Warren, seconded by Johnson. Director.
Thank you. Again, similar to the other items, these are additional grant funds that that the state has granted to us. We are moving forward with this project. The project basically includes multinodal safety improvements along adjacent to Dunbar Elementary School. Again, that includes some sidewalk improvements, enhanced crosswalks, and some additional curb extensions.
Any questions? It appears that all hearts and minds are clear. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, it's the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Thank you. Item number 6, resolution to accept, allocate, and appropriate federal grant funds in the amount of $554,707.03 under Architect, Engineering, and Construction for project number EN01065, Hanley Elementary School Pedestrian Safety Project, as well as allocate and appropriate GO bond funds in the amount of $138,676.76 under Architect, Engineering, and Construction for project number EN01065, District 4, Super District 8. Requested by the administration. Can I get a motion second? Moved by Warren. Second. Seconded by Jones. Director.
Yes, sir. So this project is, again, a multinodal safety improvement project. This particular project includes Hanley Street between Spotswood to Carnes Avenue, and also along Carnes Avenue between Hanley to Boston Street. Similar to the other ones, these are including sidewalks, improvements, some enhanced crosswalks, as well as curb extensions.
It appears that all hearts and minds are clear. All those in favor? Aye. Oh, that's a quick. All right, so go ahead, Doctor. Yeah, item 6. Go ahead, Dr. Warren. Thank you, Dr. Warren. It appears that the ayes have it. Thank you. Item number 7. Resolution requesting approval to purchase real property in the amount of $600,000 located at 61 South McLean Boulevard, Memphis, Tennessee 38104 for a public safety recruiting center. District 5, Super District 9, requested by the administration. Please note there's a request for same 9 minutes. Can I get a motion in a second? Moved by Warren, seconded by Johnson. Chief, so good of you to join us.
Yes, good afternoon, everybody. So this is an exciting opportunity for the city of Memphis. We're sad, everybody, I think, to see Los Savelle go out of business after a long run there, but what we'd like to do is bring that property to immediate use again and occupancy for the help of our public safety recruiting. This is going to be a 2-for-1. The property there is, as you know, for those who are aware, it's just north of Union Avenue in a very busy intersection. About 50,000 plus cars go by there every day. When we talked to Deloitte about best practices in recruiting, one of the things they said is that you really need a storefront recruiting center for people to come in and pick up information, complete applications, that kind of thing. And in addition, our Fire Station 11, which is immediately adjacent on the backside of this property, is very constrained on parking. Those of you who've been around know that there's hardly any property around that space. It's very hard for our firefighters to park. They have to park remotely many times. So there's parking on there's parking on the back side of this building that will be helpful to the fire department, and this very busy location will be helpful for fire and recruiting. So it's a storefront recruiting center. Now, there is an appraisal out, and we were asking that we're moving quickly on this, but we did get some comps in the area, and there are buildings immediately adjacent. There's a restaurant just to the south on the corner, Flame Restaurant. It's a much smaller facility, and that is valued at, I think, $540,000. The two buildings immediately across the street are both $590,000 and $640,000. And so then there's a $650,000. So for the same size building in the very same location, $600,000 is about the going price for a piece of property there. And so we think that's relatively consistent. Now the question is, why don't you lease a space for your storefront recruiting? Because maybe we'll be out of this business in a short time. So we did look at premier properties along Poplar Avenue and Union that we could lease. Everybody wants us to sign a 5-year lease. So the terms that we looked at, and Carlton did a wonderful job for us of looking at that, we had a high 5-year cost of $3 million to lease a property, and that would have been the corner of Poplar and Highland, and I think you all know where I'm talking about there in that mall. We had another one that was about $1.6 million total cost of just the lease over 5 years, and then another one that was just about $700,000 over 5 years. So on balance, we thought we're going to pay more if we lease a space. We're not going to have anything of value. This property does help fire, it helps police, and it's a real tangible asset that should we be out of the business in a few years, certainly it's something we could put back onto the market. But our intentions are to immediately occupy, renovate, and put people in there to keep it active and vibrant and as a place where we can port candidates to get information about recruiting. The funding, if you're wondering, through the Fund 245, the public safety referendum, we allocated about $7 million of additional recruiting assistance. That's where this will come from. It's not coming just out of the general fund, so we had already allocated that money. The fire department is building a physical assessment test center with some other funding from that, so it's consistent with what we're doing overall for recruiting. So hopefully that's a good overview, and I appreciate your approval.
I was ready. I just knew that hand was going to pop up. Councilwoman Johnson.
Chief, where did you get your comps from?
The comps come from real estate. Carlton does that, and he works with a commercial real estate broker who will value the properties in the area.
Okay, so was this a ride-by appraisals, or how did the values come up?
Carlton Osborne, City Real Estate. I think he used MLS or MAR data to pull these comps, but as Chief said, we do have an appraisal, appraiser that went out and inspected the property yesterday, but the report is not yet complete.
So this resolution be contingent on what that value will come back in? So if it's less, will we adjust the amount? If it's more, do we hold where we are?
Well, what we will do is, based on the appraisal, we will have room to negotiate, but if the appraisal comes back higher, then we'll stand where we are.
Okay. Oh, you have a contract already? I missed that if I heard you had a contract for that amount. You stated you had a contract for that amount?
Yes.
Okay, I missed that.
So we essentially negotiated, and the comps too here are, there were sales as recently as June for $650,000, and the other one was in 2020 for $540,000. So these are actual real values that we're seeing in sales.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the insight.
Doc.
This is potentially a huge win-win. I'm not sure where that's coming from, but you know, that one particular fire station there is really cramped. And if some way we could use this space and we could ever, you know, figure out how to get the Goodwill space, that would give us enough room where we could actually make that fire station and keep it in that same area and expand it. So this is a good first step, even if we only use it for 5 years for recruiting, and we don't need it after that. It still gives us some additional room to be able to build that station out if we can get the Goodwill. So I'm all for this. I think it's a really good business plan and a good property management plan.
Thank you, Dr. Warren. You're exactly right. There will be some improvements being made to that station recently, so our guys may not be there, maybe relocated temporarily, but I don't want anybody to worry. As we make those improvements, they will be back. We know how important that is to the city that fire station be located there to the neighborhood. It's a perfect location. It's just very constrained. So we will be keeping our eye out for other properties immediately adjacent should they come on. Then we'll take a look at that. But this will be a good immediate first step, as you said.
All those in favor of approving this resolution, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that item passes. Next, we will have a Litter League presentation. This is all council districts, requested by Public Works.
Hey, thank you, sir. This is, again, Robert Connect, Public Works Director. Joining me is Elder White and Margaret. They actually want to talk about a promotional opportunity that we're talking about. The litter is something we're talking a lot about frequently, so we're always looking at creative ways to promote littering, anti-littering, and so I want them to take credit for this because it's their idea. It's a wonderful one, and just kind of give you an explanation of what we're here to talk about.
Thank you, Director. I'm Eldra White. I manage the Office of Memphis City Beautiful under Public Works Division.
And I am excited to announce that Memphis City Beautiful and the Memphis Grizzlies have teamed up to form the city's first ever litter league. It's a citywide cleanup effort that will challenge teams to compete to actually pick up the most litter. It is an 8-week competition lasting from September through October. Our goal is to recruit 140 teams, up to 10 people per team. And of course, we want to have 20 teams per council district sign up for this endeavor. So we're very excited about it. We have some wonderful prizes. For example, our first place prize will be $1,500 that was sponsored by Memphis Tourism. Second place, $1,000, sponsored by the Downtown Memphis Commission. Third place, $500, sponsored by City Current. Each winning team will also get to attend a Grizzlies game in the mayor's suite. So we're so excited about this partnership, and we're seeking your support. The Litter League is important to us. We hope to make it fun and engaging. We want to inspire folks to get up close and actually see the problem of litter in our city. And we hope that they will realize that they are part of the solution as they participate. Litter is indeed a people problem that people can fix. And I now have Adrienne Hall, who's here. She's our program coordinator. She will explain how it all works. Thank you.
Hello. We are very excited about this. We've been working on it a long time, and we've gotten a great response so far from the communities that we've mentioned it to. As Elder mentioned, we've really gotten a lot of opportunities for people to participate, up to 10 people on each team, 20 teams in each district, and we're inviting everybody of all ages to participate. So no matter how young or old you are, we want you to come out and pick up litter and get involved with this initiative. We have team captains leading each team, so we're asking them to kind of take the charge in planning cleanups, submitting their scores, and making sure their teams have everything they need. And of course, Memphis City Beautiful is going to be the backbone of those efforts. So much like what we do on a regular basis, we're going to provide all of the supplies they need through our tool bank. We'll make sure they have support when needed for traffic safety, and we'll make sure that they get their bags disposed of when they need to. So it's what we do for cleanups when when regular citizens come to us and want to have an effort. So we're really hoping that this kind of spills over to people who may not work on litter cleanups all the time. So we're hoping that this is a fun way to get people involved who aren't thinking about this on a regular basis. We can kind of spread the word about why this is so important, that we're all taking responsibility for keeping Memphis clean and preventing this from hopefully happening in the future. And the way they're going to score points is by collecting bags of litter. So each full bag is worth 2 points, or a basket in basketball. And so they're going to send us the scores directly after each of their cleanups. And then every 2 weeks, we're going to announce where they stand. So they'll get a score update. The public will be able to see who's leading the pack. And we'll also have some benchmark prizes. So every quarter of the competition, every 2 weeks, they'll be able to compete for some other prizes along the way. So we're looking forward to having them win a couple of other prizes along the competition. And of course, leading up to those big prizes that I've already gotten some amazing feedback about from the community. Whether you're excited about the cash prizes or excited about going to see the amazing Memphis Grizzlies after an incredible season, and people are really excited to have the incentive to get out there and do good work. So we're very happy to have this in play. And I do want to introduce Anne Marie Wallace. She's the commissioner and a vice chair of the Commission for Memphis City Beautiful. And she's going to tell you a little bit more about what the city can do to help us for Memphis.
Hello. Well, the big thing is we want you to help to promote this, and we think this is a great opportunity, and we would love for you all to get involved and promote it on your social media, amongst your emails and your community. I know for me at Baptist and being a commissioner, I have the outreach of Baptist Healthy Communities. So I will be sending it out to faith groups. I think it's an awesome program to get people in the community to start working together, getting out in the fall when it'll be cooler, and creating a healthy competition where we can have some fun, but yet be healthy, moving, and clean up our city. We are really looking for those litter league champions, and we would hope that you would serve amongst your constituents in your districts. And then also, just know that there's recognition, but we will have a big kickoff, and it'll be August 25th, and you'll see an email about it. But we've already got teams starting to register. We've got 7 thus far, and we're looking to have over 100. Thank you.
Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate the opportunity. And I just want to say thank you to Eldra for all of the work that you do at Director Kennett. She's awesome. We've worked on several projects together, as well as Adrian. And they've always been so concerned about the city and the cleaning and getting back to that beautiful status that we've had. And so finding innovative ways, I think, is incredible, and I appreciate the effort and look forward to what this will bring. And I'm sure as, you know, continue to grow and continue to evolve, but we appreciate the innovation as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. Have anything else?
Well, I want to say, you know, I'm so proud of Memphis City Beautiful. They're small but mighty, and they have a passion that can second to none in what they do. You recognize that. Hopefully many of you have an opportunity to see it in action. And, you know, we really want to take advantage of these opportunities, and whatever we can do to promote this, our anti-littering theme, you know, our goal. And that's really what we're about.
So I have a quick question. Do we have a JPEG version of this?
Yes. Yeah, we can get you a digital version of that, sir.
Because I'm trying to follow instructions to post it on my social, and I think this will be a good project.
That too.
Okay, so we'll get that JPEG version. Awesome, great. Councilwoman Robinson, the floor is yours.
I think this is an excellent idea, because I know that when you incentivize our citizens, they like to do it. But I do have one question. The first place prize, is it across the city or just within the districts?
It's across the city.
Across the city. So will you share with us what tool you'll be using to evaluate those organizations so that we can work on getting our stuff together?
We have an online form, so each team captain will be responsible for submitting their scores. So they'll send us how many bags they've collected, how many tires they've collected. They can score up to 2 points, up to 5 tires per cleanup. They'll also be sending verification photos so that we can just kind of get a visual check to make sure they're, you know, actually scoring what they're scoring.
Okay.
And then at the end of the competition, the top 3 overall teams will win those cash prizes and basketball tickets. And the Memphis Grizzlies are also generously sponsoring swag bags for the team members of each winning district team. So regardless of where you rank, if you win your district or if you come in the top 3, you will be rewarded for your efforts.
Okay, thank you.
So I'm not eligible, got it. All right, Councilwoman Johnson, the floor is yours.
What we'll do is arrange for pickup, but we have several colleagues within the city that help us out with this. So they'll let me know where they've left their bags. They usually schedule this in advance with us, so I know where to look. And then we'll be able to coordinate that with our city colleagues.
Same thing for the tires, I would assume.
Yes.
Yeah, we do a lot to sponsor these events, and also make sure they're successful. Collection is a big part of that. So we make sure, Councilman.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm looking forward to my JPEG so I can post it and boost it. Thank you all.
Get it to everybody.
All right, here comes the fun. Item number 9, presentation on code enforcement regarding citing cases to court and managing court cases. All council districts requested by Public Works. It's been held from the last meeting. The floor is yours, Director.
Thank you. We have obviously had some interesting discussions about what does it take for the city and code enforcement to manage our code violations. Ultimately, especially as it involves we having to deal with the process of getting those certain cases, obviously, cited to court, we call that. So just want to give you an overview. The next slide kind of gives you this. I know this data is representative of from 2018 till June of 2022. So again, we 122,000 service requests we handled in code enforcement that time, which is about 27,134 service requests a year, which is pretty significant. And a little test of our council members up here. There's only one other area that gets more service requests than code enforcement. Who knows what that is? I got a gift for anybody here. Tell them who's number one in service requests above code enforcement. Solid waste. Councilman Jones is right. The only other division who gets more service request types than code enforcement is solid waste. So I owe you a gift, Councilman. I have it for you. It's a 901 Keep It Clean mug. Now I'll get that to you. So next slide. So yeah, this kind of shows you kind of the different types of service request types and how they are managed by us in terms of where they are in the processes. This is a lot of information, but I guess you can you'll see that the majority of things we manage internally. And the good thing is in that we are trying our best to work with our citizens to bring them into compliance without having to cite them to court, giving them time and giving them the extra time they need to help resolve an issue. Our inspectors do work to try to bring our owner into compliance. So that's what this kind of representative of how much of that information is, those service requests have been handled internally versus those that have been referred to court, because you can see it's a smaller percentage. And we'll talk about that in a moment. Next slide, please. Active cases in progress. This is just a representative of how many we're actively working on and have some type of progress going on. Next slide. 60,601. These are compliances obtained without issuing a summons to court. So you can see about 50% of all the service requests we handle, we managed, and we were able to get them in compliance ourselves. And that's a really good, I think, a great statement on behalf of our staff that we do a lot. And we don't always get the recognition for it in code enforcement, but that is a huge effort on our part to obtain compliance. As I said before, that's our goal. We have about 48,881 other service request types that we close, justified active cases, duplicate requests. We get a lot of the same complaints submitted to us, the different formats, either see-click fix, online, or 311 calls. Duplicate requests, we don't keep them on record. We keep the oldest service requests. If we get a duplicate, it's not kept. Not justified, that's where they didn't find a code violation. Bad information, we get a lot of bad information, unfortunately, from the public. So we try to obviously correct that as much as we can before we have to close it. And then if we have a couple of situations where we have to reroute it because it wasn't actually a code violation, it had to be rerouted to another agency. So what is the environmental court referral process? So it averages 60 to 90 days from when we do need to cite or summon someone to court. 60 to 90 days to get a case in the docket. The dockets are generally limited to 35 to 40 cases total per docket. There are how many dockets are there? Well, in residential, there are 2 dockets per week. We have a commercial docket every week, an environmental docket, which is a legal dumping docket, and then community court will be once a week. Once that gets up and going, we're close to getting that agreement signed and approved. Next slide. So this kind of has been an issue. What is the history of environmental court? So since 2018, there have been 3,052 code cases held in environmental court, which is only about 5% of the code violations. Next slide. Of those, 382 are currently on or have been recently dismissed. So what does that mean? We're talking about statistical numbers. So 82% or 21% of those cases that we have right now are more than 1 year old, and 19 of them are repeat offenders. Next slide. 31 cases, or 8%, are more than 2 years old. 2 of them are repeat offenders. We have 14 cases, or 14%, are more than 3 years old, 1 repeat offender. 5 cases, or 1%, are more than 4 years old. These are active cases in environmental court, and 3 of those are repeat offenders. We have 2% or 2 cases, or 1%, are more than 5 years old, and we have 1 case that's more than 10 years old in environmental court. So, just giving a perspective to the kind of the challenges we face. This is an overview of the slides that I just covered, and continuations are a reality for various reasons, but it's kind of an influence on that, on our ability to get matters heard timely and get them resolved through court. why we do what we have to do, why our inspectors try to self-manage cases, because those are the realities that we face sometimes. So again, our goal being compliance, but understanding the limitations and then working with those limitations to help us do the job that we're assigned to do.
There are a couple of council members in the queue. First up, Councilwoman Rowe.
Thank you, Chair. I had a question about the cases that go to MPI. Are they reflected in here? Is that a part of the environmental court? So
no, NPA cases are separate.
NPA.
We have over 600 of those, and those take a long time as well. But those are actually being managed by the law students at U of M.
Okay, but is it a part of the process? How do they get there? Does it start with code enforcement as well?
Yeah, the history of NPA is a great tool. When we have a lot of problem property owners who they would like to transfer properties and kind of stop a code process, once you file an NPA lawsuit, you actually place the property in court, not the owner, and then it can't be moved, it can't be adjusted without the court's approval. So NPA is a whole nother day of dockets. We didn't go over the NPA courses, these cases, I'm sorry, but those are managed by in partnership with the University of Memphis Law School.
But my question is, at what point does it go to? And thank you
yes,
for the correction, NPA. At what point does it go to NPA?
When we decide that it's best in our best interest, when we have tried and exhausted efforts, we refer cases to NPA and code enforcement based on those factors where we've had difficulty identifying an owner. The owner there's been a difficulty in transferring ownership of the property. Certain circumstances to say that this is best handled through NPA, and we basically know which properties are best suited, and also knowing that there's a limitation in how many cases that NPA can handle as well.
So these cases never make it to environmental court?
Those are filed on behalf of the city as NPA lawsuits. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Logan. Councilwoman Johnson, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for that presentation, but I'm still a little, I guess, confused in the sense of how many cases you're still working through the system. You got like 81 plus some odd cases. Is that what I saw on the last page?
Yes, ma'am. So there's 382 current cases or recently dismissed cases active in court in the court.
Okay, and then you have how many cases in the court?
There are 382 current or recently dismissed cases in environmental court now.
Okay.
We still recently dismissed because it may take a minute for those to become actively to come off.
Okay, so how many do you have in the system right now to be worked? I'm not understanding your number.
How many would be referred to environmental court if we needed to?
I mean, how many is out there that has not been addressed, in other words?
I'm trying to understand your question, Councilman.
Okay, you said y'all just recently dismissed 300 some cases. How many cases are still out there to be addressed by environmental court?
Oh, there's 382 current cases or recently dismissed. Well, I don't have a sense of how many dismissals recently happened when we did this presentation. So this is the log of how many cases are currently in the court now, 382.
So you're working around 382. Okay, are all these the cases that came from service requests that people called in and filed complaints?
Or they were ones that we identified in code enforcement and handled and processed. Yes, it's either one of those. It's either one that a code inspector observed, or it was a service request call.
How many employees do you have, code inspectors do you have?
It's 72, I want to say it is, in code enforcement. There's more in commercial than there's environmental enforcement, but code enforcement, I believe it's 72.
The complaints that I'm getting are saying that they're not coming out to the sites and citing the various people. So I don't know, where do we start to identify, or how do we solve that issue? You got commercial properties that's not in compliance for different basic ordinance, from trash cans being left out on the outside and not being picked up. You got some that, the building structure needs to be improved upon. So my complaints are coming from people too, who are saying that the code enforcers are not out there, inspectors are not out there actually making these inspections and them actually being cited with an issue. This is, I guess, one part of your operation, but what about the other part in regards to them going to the sites?
So if a citizen files a complaint in 311, we have 5 days to make the first
Okay,
visit.
but I'm not talking about 311, what they do on a daily basis.
So in terms of like proactively?
Yeah,
Yes, ma'am. So we have started doing sweeps in addition to our response to service requests. So inspectors are doing more proactive looking for code violations in addition to the responding to the service request types. So it is an initiative that we are trying to, and we're seeing this in our numbers. We have over 10,000 active service requests now. It's gone up due to our sweep efforts. So there are more service requests being managed that were not service request calls from citizens.
They're not?
There are
No,
more.
you picked them up from your daily inspection, in other words.
Yes, our numbers are higher now than they have because of our proactive sweeping and our inspectors identifying code violations without having to be called by citizens.
Okay. would really like to come down there and see your operation, because it's a numbers game of trying to get those numbers out. Because if you got 70 inspectors, how many inspections would you expect a person to do on a daily basis?
It varies by area, so our city's broken up into geographic areas and when inspectors assigned to sub-districts, we have districts and sub-districts. And some sub-districts are obviously busier than others.
Right.
So we do try to take that into consideration with the adding additional resources and basically either adding more inspector, adding additional inspector, or changing the size of the boundaries.
But you have no standards that what you would expect an inspector to complete in a given day?
Well, the standard is the SLA is the 5-day first inspection. And then
No, I mean their general inspections when they go out. What would you expect?
From the workload.
Huh?
Yeah, how many service requests, how many are they managing? Yes, ma'am, we've been trying to do more analyzation of the workload of our inspectors and try to determine, what is their reasonable workload. We did, if council remembers, we did expand code enforcement, increase the capacity of the code enforcement. We added a second shift as well to give us additional capacity outside of normal hours because of the complaints we got from citizens about inspectors not being there on Saturdays or after 5 p.m. So we have done that. But we're still getting more data, and one of the things we're going to do that we haven't done, we are doing a really deep dive in our data and looking at all the different variables that go into that in terms of like how long is a violation open, how long does it take us to bring it into compliance, how many cases in NPA, how many cases, how long does it take us to get every type of violation resolved. And we are going to be we should have that as a public facing here soon. We're working on that.
Okay, so if anyone has any complaints, they just need to dial 311, file that complaint, and you will work it into the system within 5 days.
Yes, ma'am, and I welcome you to do a ride-along. If you want to do a ride-along with our staff.
I'd love to do that one day.
We can make that happen.
Okay, but I just think the citizens need to know what the process is, why it's taking. I think we're going to get into the large buck trash in a minute, and I don't want to go into that, but this is just your inspectors that we're talking about right now, what their daily operations are, because they're saying that we don't have enough inspectors or they're not coming out. So I was just trying to get some type of clarity in regards to what the average inspector does and how many places does he or she go to in a given day to see how many inspections are actually being made on a daily basis.
Well, the council may remember Jeremy Cooper came and presented to the council, it's been several sessions ago, and talked about what he does as an inspector.
He did, but that was, again, that was general. You're not, in a given week, you should be able to tell me how many inspections on properties you made. I'm thinking if I was you in charge of that, I probably would divide them up into inspectors, and then it's different ways to look at it. But I'm just saying, in general, how many inspections are you making weekly to try to meet the need and let people know you've been there? Put a sticker on the operation after you leave or something. Let people know you've been there. because they're just not seeing the results.
And another example that he mentioned as well, once you show up at a property with a violation, sometimes that one violation turns into multiple violations.
Yeah.
So that will modify his schedule plan for the day.
Right.
Because if he calls for a junky yard or a vehicle parked on the grass and he comes across other violation types, all those have to be addressed at the same time. And that will modify his schedule and obviously make it so that he's not going to be able to complete what he originally planned.
Yeah. I understand, but I think that can be addressed too by a checkoff list or drop it off with them and say, we're going to look for all of this. You got 5 days to get it together when I get back. So that person doesn't spend all his time trying to identify everything. The owner knows where they're in violation. They just need to know we're looking at you to get it corrected. But thank you for that information. You know, I thank the inspectors for the job they do. I know it's not easy. It's hot out there. People get upset when you walk into their businesses. They don't want to hear about any other additional problems. But all the ones I bumped into in the street, they've been extremely nice and pleasant. So I think they need, you know, a clap for the hard work that they do. And I appreciate the inspectors.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions? Because that was a lot of questions. It appears that all hearts and minds are clear. Thank you so much. All right, item number 10, update on solid waste bulk pickup. I think all the council members are eager to hear more. All council districts requested by myself, and I'm pretty sure the rest of this body. Director, you ready? Can we get our mic on? Is our mic on?
Testing? Yes, it's on. Well, good afternoon. My name is Shandell Ryan, Interim Solid Waste Director, Deputy Chief Operations Officer. So you asked us to come back this week to talk about solutions. So I want to just do a quick recap of where we ended off last week with some of the suggestions that were made. We know that we have a solid waste task force that is going to move forward. So a lot of these things I feel will be addressed as a part of that, because there are some long-term items and some short-term items that we can look to address. Just to recap a little bit about that, talking more about waste diversion is a, I'm sorry, yes. I'm sorry. Oh, sorry. Okay, let me lean up a little bit. All right, so I'll rewind just a little bit. We're going to be talking about some of these things as a part of the task force. And so some of these items, I think we'll do a deeper dive at that time, but just to highlight what we discussed last week, I just want to point these things out. Promote waste diversion. We know that there's a lot that people are putting out at the curb. We would love to have an opportunity for education around the amount of things that people are throwing away and discarding. We know that we have a need for our crews to focus more on the things that they can collect and put in the packer that's outside of the carts. So that's a focus that we have there. Review the placement of items that are outside of the cart. We get a lot of questions about the items that are not contained in the carts, and people having to look at those items on a daily basis until we are there to collect them. So that's another point that we should probably review as a part of the task force. Having more education about the waste limits that are currently in place are significant. We should look at how we're collecting tires. Right now, we're able to collect 4 tires unrimmed at the curb, and it is very difficult to collect those because there's a different place that we have to put those tires. They don't go to the landfill, so we have to separate them from our regular loads. We should take a look at how much we are allowing at the curbs. Right now, we're allowing 10 cubic yards to be placed there. That's a huge amount. We are an anomaly in the nation. We really are allowing more at the curbs than any other cities. Most cities are going to scheduled bulk collections or only having items placed in carts and nothing outside the carts. So I think that's something that we can look at and use more of our landfill drop-offs. We currently allow customers to drop off once a month as long as they have their MLGW bill, et cetera. So just to go into this a little bit deeper, some things that we can currently do, what we're facing more particularly in the south sector of the city than in the north sector of the city, we need people to show up. That's one of the main things that we're having an issue with. I know that we're dealing with a heat wave, and since the mid-June, we've had a lot of hot weather, and today I think the index is going to be up to 109. So we do have absenteeism that we're seeing anywhere from 20 to 37% in critical roles, and in some areas down on the south sector, and some days we're seeing 40 and 45% in our crew chief or our crew person role. And you just cannot pick up garbage and recycle when we have that amount of absenteeism happening. Some of the things we have done is we've, as a part of negotiations, we gave targeted increases. Some of those increases were anywhere from 3 to 9%. We've got also 3% bonuses. I'm sorry, $3,000 bonuses were given. We're holding people accountable. We have time clocks that are coming that'll help us to do that. We're also asking people to take frequent breaks so that they're not worn down by all of the work that have to be done. So we're also asking people to clean up. Take pride in the routes. So currently, as a part of what we need for crews to do is we're seeing trouble with picking up more things at the curb. There are more things presented at the curb that can be picked up either with the tools or with hands, and we are asking us to return to a time where we did that more historically. Also, to team up. So when we have a crew that is unable to finish their route, we really need crews and expect them to help in those routes so that we are able to complete for the day. We are encouraging employees to do that, and we need to continue that work, and we've got to use the technology. The technology is fully implemented north. We're not having the same problems in the north sector as we're seeing in the south sector. We need to continue to learn what we can from the tablets and help us to optimize the way that we're providing services in the south sector of the city. So for the longer term recommendations, I want to talk about bulk volumes in particular. Since the pandemic, again, we've seen substantial increase in bulk volumes. Again, June 2019 to June 2022, there was a 50% increase. It's really difficult to keep up with those volumes with the amount that's out on the streets every day. Again, the 10 cubic yards at the curb, it is a vast amount that we allow to be collected in the city. So we have procured, in the procurement process, we have 7 pickers that we are expecting to get in a year or a year and a half. And as a part of that, we will need in FY24 to add 7 additional positions to help with the bulk collections, and that is something that we're seeking to do. But still, we need to look at this as a part of the task force and determine how we will address that moving forward. Also, an issue is the uncontained items outside of the carts on a daily basis. That's on the non-bulk week. So currently, the model is set up where citizens can put up to 2 bags of yard debris outside of the cart, and we collect those. But are we a society where we want to continue to have that happen, or do we want to do only cart-only collections, or do we want to make a change in basically how we're receiving things at the curb? And that's another thing that I think the task force can address. So those are the recommendations that I have today, and I'm happy to entertain any questions.
I think the most part, I think the council, you're already in the queue? You don't want to wait for okay, I want to do both sides and then, okay, all right. Thank you, Director. Mr. Rogers.
How y'all doing? Adrian Rogers, president of ASME. When we left here, the question was asked, how do we fix it? And I think that's every question that every citizen have right now. How do we fix it? Right now, if I speak on the buck issue started 2019 when the ordinance was changed. So we can go back and amend those ordinances from picking up trash every 2 weeks to picking up trash every week. This city can get clean. Employee issues. The employees are doing more with less. They are going out there, 1 man on the truck, 2 men on the trucks. We got to figure out how do we deal with the issue of going in to either change the ordinance or give the manpower, the equipment to the employees that need it. Right now, I'm sorry, y'all, my notes, I left my pad. Right now, the issue was employees that's not receiving the service on a daily basis. And as y'all know, it's the underserved communities. And I don't hear no one in here, and I'm sorry to be like that, but I don't hear no one in here saying that the employees are taking off, but the most privileged communities are getting clean. How did it happen? With the same amount of employees that we have. How do you clean up one side of the community and the other side is destroyed? So it's not an issue of the employees not coming to work. That's a cover-up. That is a cover-up. Now, I'm standing here today asking that we do 2 things. One could be to look at the ordinance where it speaks on the definitions, 9-56-1, to add to those definitions, to add full-time employees to that definition. I mean, when you got over 65 part-time employees that's working and they only work 56 hours every pay period, how can the men and women pick up those things on a carrier? So if it wasn't an issue, we wouldn't be here today. So y'all tell me, which way do we go?
Before we get into the full question, I want to be clear. We got, I think, 2 or 3 suggestions from the director, and I think your suggestion was that we amend the ordinance specifically about full-time employees. But what was the second thing? You said 2 things. One thing was
the second ordinance to amend was the ordinance 9739, which speak of bulk week. They pick it up every 2 weeks. And it started in 2019. But if they go back to the system where they're picking up every week when those men go down the street, they pick up their trash.
all right. Thank you. I know our council has a lot of different questions, so I'm just going to go. I'm just going to go down the line because I think there's questions from quite a bit of council members. Councilwoman Johnson, go with you first.
Yes. Can someone tell me, or do you know why they decided to go to every other week? Since in reference to the buck not being picked up every week, they chose to go to every other week. Do you know why?
I don't. But what I can say is most of the men and women that work in solid waste, we live in those communities. North Memphis, South Memphis, Raleigh, Fraser, Orange Mound. And the system that's designed for buck week is to take all of your resources out of one area and place them to another area for a whole week. They never complete their week of work. So they go right back to the very next week. And it's designed for the people at the end of the week to fail.
Okay, let me ask you a question for clarity. Are you telling me that a crew is assigned one location or one route, and halfway through the route, they're relocated to another section?
That's correct.
Where are they being relocated to, for instance? Give me an example.
It just depends on where they are. I mean, we got 4 different areas, A, B, C, and D. It depends on if all the crews are working in A and they are in maybe because everybody have different areas. But if they are in the middle of the week on a Wednesday and they begin in Whitehaven, they doesn't complete by Friday, they drop everything in Whitehaven and move right back to a very another area. And instead of them picking up the next week in Whitehaven, they start at the beginning of the week again.
Okay. Does any other area come into Whitehaven to help finish out that job that the last crew left?
No. No.
Is there any justification for that, please, Ms. Chantel? Chantel.
Okay, so that's not happening. That's just a short answer for that. What happens is, so let me just back up to explain a little bit. Okay. So the beginning of the week starts the east side of the city, right? And as we continue on, Tuesday is another area, and it continues on towards the river, goes west. So on Monday, we start in Monday, and as we finish those routes with whether there is absenteeism issues, if we cannot finish for that day, we stay there until we finish. So if right now we're, for example, just on the south side of the city, north side of the city, it is not happening like it is on the south side of the city, okay? We're able to finish Monday to Friday on the north side of the city. South side of the city, we go Monday. With absenteeism, we may be able to get to Tuesday within a day or two. We're currently running 3 days behind in recycle and in bulk on the south side of the city only. Okay, so as we continue on,
let me stop you right there. Sure. What you mean you running behind 3 days in the book? Because if I looked at it, I'd say you're about 3 months behind.
We're 3 days behind. So you're supposed to put out your bulk at least the day before, 7 p.m. the day before your bulk collection day. Right. So we were when you put it out, that particular day is the day from which I'm saying we're delayed. All right.
But I'm telling you, but the debris has been out there for 3, 4, 3. It's been out there for a long time. So it's not like you made a sweep in 3 days. It's been sitting there for longer. That's the complaints I'm getting. That's what I see in Whitehaven.
We did get behind in the south sector. That's why we brought in the Michael's Tree and Loader to help us. Okay. We have now, with their help, been able to catch up in those areas.
That's what I want to hear. What have you done?
Yes, ma'am. Come on. We have been working overtime. We have used Michael Tree and Loaders to catch up in those areas. So now we're currently running about 3 days behind in those services. But what happens on a regular basis, if we don't finish, we continue the day that we left off, and we continue working through the area based on the day of service. And when it's time to go to another area for the week, we will send some crews ahead to start on Monday, and we will leave some crews behind to finish out the week.
So are you
that didn't get completed.
Okay, your cycle process, are you starting east and going west, from what you told me?
That is how, yes, that is how we work our days.
Okay, so you will go all the way west before you start back east?
That's correct.
Well, how did we get the backlog if that was taking place?
Well, we've had a number of things.
I know, but what I'm saying, the same issue will exist in east that exists in south if you were running that process.
We definitely had a backlog east as well.
No, that's incorrect. It takes 5 days.
Mrs. Spivey, hold on 1 second. We let her finish. We're going to come back to y'all.
Okay. All right. Are you finished with that? Thank you. Back to you, Chair. Thank you.
Chief McGowan wanted to mention something about one of the comments earlier, if you don't mind.
Chief?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to provide some context. So how did we get to the bulk wheat concept was the question. So in 2016, this administration came in. I was here all the way back in 2011. And the presence of bulk waste on the curb for weeks at a time was an issue all the way back then. We did a pretty deep dive in a study with, including our solid waste employees, and said, how can we change this? Because if you'll recall in 2016, the service level agreement was 21 days. If you put your solid waste on the curb, we will come back and pick it up within 21 days. The reason that was is because, I just want to reemphasize something that Ms. Ryan said. We are the only city in America where, before we made the change, you could put anything on the curb every week. Up to 10 cubic yards of waste in front of your house every single week. That is absurd. We changed to bulk week, saying no longer can you put everything on the curb every week. We're asking citizens to put it on every other week. So it's not too much to ask to say for a citizen in your household, if you have something outside the cart, you put it out there every other week. The idea in 2018 when we made the change, based on the input of employees who were with us, based on the input of city council and other staff members who were part of that task force, was to say, we are going to change our model. We are asking the citizens to help us. If you think about the math of it, if I have a certain number of Bob trucks and pickers, if I can concentrate them on one route that I know that there's going to be bulk waste on that week, and in this very same neighborhood there's not going to be bulk waste on the curb, then I should be more efficient. Okay, so that's what we're talking about here, is how we got to this point. The bulk issue did not happen in 2019. I will tell you from the evidence that we see and what they're saying is true, and I will ask Ms. Logan, we talk about the areas that are more privileged in the city. I don't know that anyone would say that Fraser and Raleigh are more privileged than any other part of the city, but we are seeing results on the north side of the city with more regular pickup. Sure, there are areas that are behind, but the task force that you are all putting together is something that where we should talk about this. I want to go with Ms. Ryan said. We are the outliers. The reason is that we're allowing people to put things on the curb, and then we're struggling to try to figure out how to pick it up. And what you're seeing, Councilwoman, is yes, it's been there for months. Why has it been there for months? Let me use an example. There's an area in Orange Mountain. I'm not sure if Ms. Swearingen, she is right over there, and she knows exactly where I'm talking about. If you come over Airways and between Boston and Airways and south of Southern and north of Park, what is happening in that area? We were just there, and what's happening is the bulk waste is in front of every vacant and abandoned property. Well, why isn't the solid waste team picking that up? Because they don't have solid waste service. There is nobody paying for us to pick up the waste. Are all of those tagged by code enforcement? Yes, they are tagged by code enforcement. Are the property owners cited to court? Yes, they are cited to court. Is that an acceptable solution? No, it is not. How do you determine what is a legally permissible set something on the curb versus something that's put in front of a vacant and abandoned property? And nobody wants to see the thing in front of their house, so they put it in front of a vacant abandoned property. We are working in that area to figure out how we do just go pick it up, because it's in front of a vacant and abandoned property and it's sitting there forever. You just heard Mr. Connect tell you it takes forever to get somebody to come into compliance. I may not have an owner that I know about. So I'm asking, when we get back together on the task force, let's take a look at what our service should look like. I'm not necessarily interested in getting an argument here today about whether the every other week is the best model. We know today that there are citizens who are not complying and they just put stuff out every week anyway. They don't look at what their bulk week is, and then we try to get them to enforce it, and then it just turns into a vicious cycle. So let's look at what that bulk collection is. But what Ms. Ryan said is true. Those are all the remedies that we have at our hand. We need to put the people to work in the most efficient manner that we can to address the needs of our citizens. And that involves everything. Now let me come back to also 2018. Equipment was mentioned. Some members of this council were with us when we allocated $18 million of money to hire new people, including some of the part-timers here, as well as $15 million of new equipment that was put into service in solid waste. And we just ordered, as you heard, another 7 pickers and 14 Bob trucks through the money that we allocated for solid waste. Some of it taking months to come in, yes, it's just not available to us. It's going to take a while for it to come in, but we are allocating money for that. And we also allocated that new division of illegal dumping that has 17 people and all the associated equipment, so we're better equipped to do that. So I can't give you an immediate remedy today, but I can tell you that the task force that you put together to talk about what is an acceptable level of waste that people should be putting on the curb and how do we address those illegal dumps that are in front of vacant and abandoned properties that citizens care about and we should be picking up.
Thank you, Chief McGowan. Mr. Spive, I'm going to go to you, then I'm going to go back through the ringer through all council members. Go ahead.
They reduced the number of employees whose main responsibility was to concentrate on trash. They took away the trash crews. They completely eliminated those positions. It was called the A3 model. And that's why the bulk trash has become a problem. These used to be small piles that hand crews could get, and over a period of time, because they keep taking away assets and taking away crews, these piles grow bigger and bigger, and when they don't get picked up on a timely manner, that turns into illegal dumping. So we see the 42 or 43% increase in illegal dumping. And it's all because they will not listen to us. We have been saying it until we're blue in the face. Bring back the trash trucks. Bring back the crews who it was their job. You had 9 crews who were concentrating on trash before it became a bulk pile, when it was small enough for hand crews to get it by hand or by fork. Now it's too big, and so that's why you need all this machinery. But to go back to Ms. Ryan's comments, and I will add to it, I didn't mean to be disrespectful, and I apologize for that. But you only get through Tuesday by Friday. You're on the second day of the week, but you ran out of week. And so in Area A, you've only made it to day 2. And so then you move all of those assets to Area B the following week, and you only make it to day 3 in Area week. So in Area A, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, citizens never receive service. In Area B, Thursday and Friday, citizens never receive services. That's why as you move further to the west, the trash and bulk refuse gets worse and worse and worse. It's not an attendance issue, it's a mismanagement of assets issue. That's why we're asking that the ordinance 9-56-1, a definition of employee, be added so that all of the employees are full-time permanent, so that we don't lose our temporary employees. Later on in the week, they are required to reduce their hours. And so on a Wednesday, or Thursday, or Friday, when you need them the most, they're not at work. And we move forward with the bulk week on the ordinance, what is 5739, to take away the bi-weekly and add weekly, so that those crews remain in their zone throughout the entire week and they're not moving into another area to provide services. 9739? Okay. So we'll provide y'all with copies of those ordinances that we need.
Inquiring minds would like to see those ordinances. I would like, okay, I'm going to follow the instructions of my legislative analyst. We're running behind. I know this is a pressing issue for every council member. We're way behind. So I'm going to ask one question from the director, and then we're going to try to go through all council members as expeditiously as possible. One, I guess my ultimate question is, would there be any apprehension from the administration to, as it relates to the part-time employees and full-time employees, and I guess changing the ordinance, if there is one, regarding full-time employees?
So the complement for solid waste for years has been 515 employees. It has not changed. In fact, we have increased the crew chief number by 10 additional employees. So the number of employees has not decreased. And the part-time support that we use is for seasonal work. They work throughout the week. Okay. Now, your question about bulk items, we know that we have a task force that has been started. Our expectation is that we'll address that as a part of that task force. We do have questions about the amount of things that are out at the curb. There are some recommendations we would love to talk about as a part of that forum. But yeah, absolutely. If it's your bulk week, you're going to see things out at the curb. I just want to make that picture visually. And then we'll be collecting that week. How much appetite do we have now as a society to see the things outside the carts? That's where I think the real question is, ultimately.
Thank you, Director. Councilman, can I have any questions? Councilwoman Robinson, the floor is yours.
I only have one question. If we always start out east, why can't we rotate north, south, east, and west once a quarter or something so that it doesn't seem unfair? Because if east is always getting cleaned up and west is not, so let's start with west one quarter and see if east runs out. We've got to change that up. That is not fair to all the citizens in Memphis. Thank you.
May I comment? It is not true that the citizens west are not receiving the service from the citizens east. And I would really appreciate the usage of the tablets, because then we could exactly track where everyone is. We are absolutely doing that in the north sector. We're almost there in the south sector, and that will show the story of where everybody is. We do know that we do have an absenteeism issue. I can show you the numbers. I can assure you of that.
Let's rotate. Bottom line, then
Okay,
we'll know exactly what's going on.
So
Thank you.
quick question. Is it feasible to, abide by or try to implement what Councilwoman Robinson says? Is that feasible, or that throw everything completely out of whack? Whose committee's next?
Right. It is a collection day. It is a collection day issue. Your day is Monday every week, and what is being suggested is, so now I guess the Monday customer should not put anything out until Friday, or we're expected to change the entire way the entire city is run, garbage, bulk, and recycle. That is a huge change. It's not simple. But again, task force. We're right here at the task force.
But it's not fair that people on one day actually get more service than people on another day. We've got to figure out how to make it equitable across the board. And
I'm so sorry I interrupted you. I apologize.
So common sense says that more people probably go to work on Monday and Tuesday and Wednesday, Thursday and Friday, they may take off. So I know we may have some issues on the back end, but those people who are assigned those back end days need a backfill or something so that they get the same service as the people get on the fresh days of the week when people choose to come to work. We just can't sit here and continue to allow the same thing to go on over and over again. And it's insane that we cannot make this happen. If we need to hire some engineers to help us get this done, there is a way to get it done. And you can get it done easily if we decide and make up our minds that we want to get this trash up. And some citizens, and we may just have to say, we cannot get everything you put up on the curb. These are the things that you're going to have to take yourself somewhere. And if you dump it, we're going to give you a big fine. So don't be dumping stuff all over the city. Take it where it needs to go. We've got to make some changes to get this trash up. That's all I do is answer calls about trash. My time and the wisdom and knowledge that I have is more valuable than the picking up trash every day. We've got to move on to other topics so that we can move our city forward. I'm frustrated. Thank you.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, just one quick comment. So Orange Mountain is Wednesday collection. The area south of, north of Getwell, I'm sorry, east of Getwell, that area right there, north of 240, east of Getwell, that's Tuesday collection. These are still areas that, you know, are not the rich areas of town. So a lot of those neighborhoods are still Tuesday, Wednesday collections as well. And I can show you the service request numbers. I can show you the numbers that will clearly explain that we're not just doing Monday and Tuesday collections. It's just not happening. But I understand your frustration.
Thank you, Director. Thank you, Councilwoman Robinson. I think I know where this is headed. Dr. Warren, the floor is yours.
Yeah, I think one of the things we may be missing is that there's been a dramatic change in the amount of trash since the pandemic. People have been in more, they've been putting trash out. And one of the things I was really impressed about when I moved to Memphis was how clean it was compared to Brooklyn, where I moved from. I was just impressed. And that you could put your trash out on the street and it'd be picked up. You know, and I know that we went to every other week putting out your trash, but you know human nature. I got some trash in my house and I'm working and I'm off today and I'm going to put it outside because they're going to come pick it up. I don't care if it's this week, maybe this week, it may be in 2 weeks, but I'm putting it out. And I guarantee you our citizens are putting their trash out once a week. You know, we may be saying twice a week. We may want them to do twice a week. I don't think they're going to do twice a week. We spoiled them. I was spoiled when I moved here. So in my mind, I think it does make some sense for us to figure out how we can get the trash once a week. Now, I'm a Friday pickup, okay? And, you know, I live in a nice part of town. And occasionally, people, you know, they get behind and I don't get picked up till Saturday. Or there's something that happens, maybe I get a Monday pickup because it's slow, but I'm a Friday pickup. And normally it's weather. Okay, normally it's, you know, it's been overly hot, overly wet. We've had a storm. All that stuff occurs, or there's a holiday. And so you sort of have to think about that. I think the answer to this is to figure out how we go back to picking up things every week if we can, and then add our equipment as it comes in. That's all I'm going to say. And we've got a task force working. That's my 2 cents for you, task force. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Dr. Warren. Councilman Jones, the floor is yours.
Thank you. When I was first on the council, we had that 21-day schedule. And so to give you an example, colleagues, starting this year, if the 21 days started January 1st, the next 21 days was January 22nd, the next one was February 12th, the next one was March 5th, then March 26th, then April 16th, then May 7th. So there was no regularity or schedule that people could understand. But now it took 3 years, and we finally got in 2019 what was implemented, either the first and the third, second and fourth. So there's some scheduling, some regularity to it. So I'm glad that we are finally there. But something that I raised during budget, if you all recall, when I talked about when we talk about our basic services, fire, police, and I would say transportation and solid waste pickup. We put a priority on the first two, but we haven't been brilliant at the basis of cleaning up trash. So the issue that I raised was, if we have a vacant lot and that meter comes off, they're no longer getting picked up. And that's what it seems part of the problem is. And so, you know, from a recommendation, and I was hopeful, and I will hope, Ms. Ryan, you come back and do some type of study, if we would, to say, if we put the solid waste pickup fee on the property tax, that means that if you got a vacant lot, and whatever we need to generate the revenues to do so. But for us to sit here, you know, especially in Super District 8 and District 4, 3, 6, and those districts that make up Super District 8, we have a lot of vacant lots. So if we don't have a meter on there, we're not collecting that money to do so. The only way to do it, and we cannot sit here and say we got to keep our property taxes low because it's going to drive businesses away, and we're going to have a nasty city, that's not going to make them come here to begin with. So until we make a priority for solid waste pickup, make that a priority like we do police and fire, I'm sure that people would pay whatever they are charged to pay to keep this city clean. We have not brought, and I don't feel that we've taken it to them to say, here's what it's going to take to make our city clean. We haven't gotten that. I don't feel that we have. But until we have a fairer system and a system that takes into account vacant property, if there's going to be trash there, if there's no meter to pick it up, therefore there's no money to pick it up, it's not going to get clean. And I don't know why we keep having this circular conversation and it's not being proposed to us or talked about to do something different to take that into account. Now, no, we don't have to put it to the voters. The administration can come and say, look, we're going to put this on the tax rate. This is how much, if it takes, if we know that there's a penny for the tax rate and it's going to take whatever we are collecting from a solid waste fund, what that is, if that's, if a little bit over $1 million, okay? If we're saying we need $40 million in order to make the city clean, we know that's 40 cents on the tax rate. But we want to brag about we haven't raised taxes and we got a nasty, filthy city. That's nonsensical to me. Now, a question that I have, Ms. Ryan, you said we have a 515 complement, but what's our actual employee count? One of the things that I've learned that a complement does not mean how many employees that we have.
Give me 1 second.
Okay.
I think I have that with me.
Period. All. Yeah. And so, colleagues, when we've sat back and what's come before us is a lowered tax rate, and we got a filthy city, that's nothing to be proud of.
Right.
Yeah. Well, I told you last year, you said, I told you so. When I was saying we taking the tax rate from $3.19 to $2.70, and when I said take it to $3, no support. And a large part of it was for trash pickup. I told you so. But even if we raise a solid waste fee, if it's not on the property tax, then you got a vacant lot, we're not collecting it. And I have plenty. And so, I guess I hadn't gotten it. Well, no, not necessarily. But we still are, we have a better way of collecting it on the tax rate than we will on the solid waste, than on the meter fee. Yeah.
Okay, I have my numbers.
Okay.
This is from, they're going to be a little bit off because this is from last month.
Yeah.
All right, so we have a complement of, again, 515.
Okay.
We are down 55 employees. Now, in terms of the employees that actually collect at the curb, our complement for crew chief, that's the person who drives the truck, is 130. It was 120. We took it to 130, and we have 6 of those positions vacant.
Okay.
For the position of special equipment operator, they're the ones who work in the bulk collection. They operate that picker. We are down 1 employee who unfortunately passed away in January. For the truck driver role, at last check, we were down 16 out of 177. Let me make sure that's right. I'm having trouble with my screen.
No, that's.
And let's see, what position was that? I'm sorry, that was crew person. Crew person, we're actually at full complement now. We just feel we had 8 positions left. We just fill those, and we typically fill those with the temp employees that get pulled up, which is what happened this last time. And then the last position is critical on this role is the truck driver role. And we have, I believe the vacancy there is 16.
Okay.
Out
Well,
of 75.
okay, thank you for that, Ms. Ryan, but I still would say no matter how how the cookie crumbles, we still are down about over 10%. So what I still would be hopeful of, though, is if there's more that we need, if we need to raise the complement, if we need to raise the pay, whatever we need to do, I don't feel that it has properly been brought forward to this council to say, here's what we need. I guess I'll ask a basic question. Do you have everything you need from a personnel, from a funding standpoint to do it? If you need more, hey, please let us know.
My hope was that through the task force, we would be able to find some solutions, because part of it is the amount of things that are at the curb. And if we are looking at changing that model, that would change my answer. Right? So okay. I do have 7 pieces of equipment on order. I do expect to bring an increased service level ask for FY24 for 7 additional employees. That's the plan right now. But if we look at how we're collecting at the curb, then that answer would change. So the task force, I think, is key at this juncture.
Okay. Yeah, I can appreciate that, Ms. Ryan, but this problem existed before we even said that there was a task force. And so, and I don't profess to have even an iota of the answers here, but I think about how much our city has expanded as far as the square miles that we cover. And I know that there's automation, and the fact that we have fewer solid waste employees now than we had, whether 5, 10, 15 years ago, whatever the case may be. And if you come back next year and you say we got 7 additional people, I don't know how, when we talk about a city so big, that 7 people is going to make an impact. I hope that we as a council can set the tone, and I hope that the mayor will be okay with you coming if somebody's saying what the real answer is. Because for you to come to us next year and say we need 7 more people in a city as big as Memphis is, that's not going to get anything done for the sake of keeping the tax rate low, and we still going to have the same complaints. And this is a problem that predated the task force. So, and I forget that number that may have been, and I'm going to shut up after this, Mr. Chairman, the number that we had, whatever, a few years ago, well, I ain't going to go back to 1968 when it had over 1,000, but still the fact that the square mileage of Memphis has increased. Yes, we do have more, we have pickers and technology, we have the cars to do so. But if it's a personnel, and we're 10% down, whatever it takes to make this city clean, I think we're willing to do.
All right. Thank you, Councilman Jones. Thank you, Director. It appears that it's a consensus from my colleagues that the routine. We're going to see you back in 2 weeks. We're going to keep having this conversation until we come to some resolution. But what I would suggest from this body, since it seems to be interest that's near and dear to each and every one of us, would you all get whatever recommendations you have, get them together, and we're going to send them to Meredith so Meredith can get them to the Solid Waste Committee Task Force. I think that's the more appropriate term for it. And we are, I think, 30 minutes, well, almost an hour past schedule. So we're gonna, with that, I'm gonna conclude or call this committee to an end, and we can get to Transportation Committee. Thank you all for bearing with us, and I will see you all back in 2 weeks.
Chair, can you give them the date for the first meeting?
Okay, real quick, I want to give you, Councilwoman Logan, go ahead and give the date for the first meeting.
Thank you, Chair. The date for the task force will be Thursday, August 11th at 3 p.m. And we'd like for as many of you that would like to, colleagues, to be a part of that. And like Chairman said, get your comments and ideas and send them.
Right, so I'm assuming, hope you all heard the date for the first solid waste task force meeting. Get whatever recommendations you have to Meredith, and Meredith will get them out to those individuals who appear on the task force. Thank you all. And with that, I call this committee's in. Thank you.
Councilman Carlisle. Councilman Jones.
Here.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Councilwoman Johnson. Councilwoman Logan. Councilman Morgan. Councilwoman Robinson. Councilwoman Swearingen. And Chair Canale.
Here, Chair observes the quorum. Colleagues, we have two items on the agenda today. Item 2 will be held for 2 weeks, and part of item 1 on the bus stop improvements will be held for 2 weeks also. Ms. Malden from MATA will do the monthly update. And with that, I'll turn it over to you.
Good afternoon, Bakara Malden, Chief of Staff, Memphis Area Transit Authority. Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to present this afternoon. We recognize in the interest of time, we will try to keep this report as concise as possible. Councilwoman Logan, we had a bus stop presentation as well that's fairly detailed, and so we will be happy to follow up after this to get with you to answer any questions that you have and present the entire presentation at a later date.
Thank you for your investment in MATA. Your investment is a win for public transit riders and the entire Bluff City. With ongoing funds, for the first time, we can expand our on-demand services to get riders to and from their destinations right from their doorstep, up the frequency of our high-traffic bus routes, and decrease the pollution footprint. You made the choice to support Memphians who rely on us to meet their daily transportation and personal needs, and our neighbors who desire an efficient travel alternative. You made the choice to put Memphians first. Thank you for your vote of confidence.
So, of course, as a Southern girl, my mother always told me that no one has to ever do anything for you, but when they do, it's really important to say thank you. And so on behalf of our CEO, Gary Rosenfeld, our 9-person board of directors, all of our employees, and citizens and advocates alike, we say thank you for the efforts and the steps that you all took last month when you passed the dedicated funding ordinance. It is greatly appreciated, and to whom much is given, much is required, and we recognize that we have a lot to live up to, and we are up to the task. So, of course, following along, we have our roadmap for the presentation. I will do an abbreviated monthly update. We will defer the bus shelter program overview to another time, as well as our innovation corridor update. So, of course, we continue to catalog our labor needs. Like many other entities, many other city departments, many other businesses in general, we continue to feel the pinch of the labor shortage. If you see the numbers between May and June, we are continuing to take small bites at that number. And so we've got all hands on deck. We have made a recruitment and all hands, all department priority. And so we are taking steps to lower those numbers and get in the labor that we need to rise to the occasion every day. Our ridership rankings are as follows, and with the 36 Lamar being our higher performing route for the month of June, and our 34 Central and Walnut Grove being unfortunately the lowest performing route. And so you'll see in between the two where all of our routes fall in terms of monthly ridership. Our total fixed route ridership for the month of June was 244,278. For MATA Plus, 9,861. In Trolley, 28,025. Our READY program continues to trend positively. And of course, these numbers on this slide, those basically represent the total ridership that we've had since the inception. And we are actually about to celebrate the end of our first year in rolling out the READY program. And as you can see, I think it's something that's going to be here to stay. It's been very successful, and we're looking for ways to make it even more efficient and make it better. Our Groove on Demand is continuing to trend as well. We've had over 6,000 boardings for the month of June, and it is continuing to trend well also. Our microtransit service that is basically geared towards food deserts and basically helping those citizens in those neighborhoods reach needed groceries. We've had 2,261 passengers so far, and we've run this service for 113 service days, and it continues to perform well also. We added this month the ADA DBE report just so that you see we're continuing to honor our commitment to register and maintain our DBEs within the various projects that we have and the various services that we have. We remain committed to ensuring that everyone has an opportunity to do business with MATA, and we've had 12 renewals over the last month. Under communications, we continue to provide the data. Our Ride Matter Twitter has had almost 20,000 impressions and continues to perform strongly, and we're working very diligently to increase that, to increase our social media footprint, and to just work harder to get our message out to the community. few events that we had over the last month. We're going to be offering free rides on Friday, July 29th, the second to last day of early voting. We had a press conference at the Hudson Transit Center to basically make that announcement. In the realm of employee engagement, because retention is recruitment, we continue to focus very heavily on that. And we had an ice cream day for our employees on one of the hottest days, and we've had a string of them. And I think that was one of the happiest days around the bus yard. There was a line to get to the ice cream, and it's something that the employees seem to really appreciate. We also won an award over the last month. We received an innovation award for data analytics that we are using in our maintenance department. We were honored by the Conference of Minority Transportation Officials with an innovation award for those efforts. And I was joined by the CEO, Gary Rosenfeld, and we actually did a presentation there last month as well as received the award. We also received a bit of good news. Maddie P. Carter, who's a longtime board member at MATA, is actually going to be inducted into the Hall of Fame of the American Public Transportation Association, and we're extremely delighted that she was selected to be inducted into the Hall of Fame. That's a really big deal. It was a big deal that Ms. Carter was the chair of APTA at one point during her tenure, and so we're really delighted to celebrate that milestone when we attend the annual meeting in Seattle in the fall of this year. And again, that concludes my abbreviated report. I will be happy to answer any questions that you have. And again, if there are any questions about the bus stops or bus shelter program, we'll be happy to answer those as well.
Colleagues, any questions? Thank you, Ms. Malden. If you would, when you come back, do the full presentation on the bus stops and then also the M-Connect project. Thank you so much for being here. We appreciate your time.
Yes, sir.
Anything else, colleagues? We are adjourned.
The executive committee meeting will begin in 10 seconds. The 2026-2022 executive session of the City of Memphis and City Council is hereby called to order. Mr. Bacchus, will you please call the roll?
Brian. Councilman Morgan. Councilman Carlisle. Here. Councilman Ford. Councilman Colvett. Here. Councilman Jones. Here. Councilman Warren. Present. Councilwoman Robinson. Councilwoman Johnson. Chairwoman.
Present. We have a quorum.
Present.
We're going to yield to item number 3. A resolution requiring parking by owners of tractor trailers, trucks to conform to the City Code of Ordinances and the Office of Code Enforcement and the Division of Planning and Development to diligently enforce the same. All council districts requested by Councilwoman Swearingen. I'd like to move this item. May I please have a second? Thank you very kindly. It's been moved by Swearingen, seconded by Councilwoman Robinson. Council members, I have had calls, as you well know, by the business individuals on Lamar. That led me to have a moratorium as it relates to auto places on Lamar, car washes, tire shops, mom and pop auto dealers. Now I have another situation. We have individuals that own and are proprietors of businesses on Lamar. One who has purchased an entire block, Dr. Joe Greer. We have these 18-wheelers that park on their private property. As you know, in the words of Janice Fuller Love, Lamar is sometimes a stroll. And you have a lot of 18-wheelers and truck stops and hotels and this, that, and the other. So they're now using these individuals' private business parking lots for their own personal use. That was a nice way to put it, wasn't it, Doctor? So I have Dr. Greer here today. I have a resolution requesting parking by owners of tractor trailer trucks to comply with the City Code of Ordinances and the Office of Code Enforcement and the Division of Planning and Development to diligently enforce the same. Whereas the City of Memphis City Council appropriates funding for divisions of city government to enforce the City Code of Ordinances and to encourage civic engagement, reduce crime, and increase the safety and general welfare of citizens in Memphis communities. And whereas from time to time, the Memphis City Council relieves an enormous number of complaints from citizens in residential district neighborhoods and commercial mixed-use districts surrounding their communities regarding the parking of tractor trailer trucks, and whereas the City Code of Ordinances attempts to regulate these ordinances through complaints registered through the appropriate code enforcement agency in accordance with the applicable codes, and whereas the City Council is requesting a more diligent enforcement and said ordinances and or to amend certain provisions of the codes to address the parking of tractor trailer trucks in residential and mixed-use districts throughout the city of Memphis. And whereas ordinance number 5708, the International Property Maintenance Code regulates violations within the city of Memphis. Section 202 general definitions defines commercial vehicles, and Section 107 notices and orders to persons responsible, and Section 302 exterior property areas. More specifically, Section 302.8 regulating vehicle parking, notice procedure, and abandoned motor vehicles. And whereas the Unified Development Code of Memphis Ordinance number 5367 with amendments attempts to address the outdoor storage of vehicles in Section 4.8 outdoor storage and display in certain commercial and industrial zoning districts, but not specifically for tractor-trailer parking in commercial zoning districts along major commercial corridors within the city of Memphis. Whereas requiring more regulation on the parking of tractor-trailer trucks and commercial mixed-use zoning districts increase the safety, health, and general welfare of the public and greatly reduces any negative effects upon adjacent properties. And now, therefore, be it resolved, the Memphis City Council is requesting owners of tractor-trailer trucks to comply with the City Code of Ordinances and requesting the Office of Construction Code to diligently enforce the International Property Maintenance Code and the Division of Planning and Development to amend the Unified Development Code to adequately address the parking of tractor-trailer trucks in said zoning districts. Sponsored by Councilwoman Swearinger. Yes, ma'am. Councilwoman Robinson, you may be recognized.
I appreciate this resolution because I'm having the same struggle in my district, and that 42% of my district is all industry, and they are parking anywhere they want to park. My concern is when we approve this to ask them to be diligent, what are the consequences of their behavior so that they will change? If it's $50 fine, it's cheaper to pay the $50 than to pay to be on a lot. If we're not charging the people who own the vehicles, then they don't care one way or the other. We got to put some teeth to this. I like this, but we gotta add some teeth. What are we gonna do? Tow them off and they pay us $800 to get their truck back? What are we going to do? That's what I need to know.
Okay, I would like for our counsel, Attorney Wade, you may be recognized.
Councilwoman Robinson, you're absolutely correct that this is the first step. Stringent enforcement will require reporting by the constituents to code enforcement. In order to do the next step, we will have to have an ordinance that puts the teeth into it and provides for towing possibly more than just a citation.
Yes.
Going to environmental court, those kind of things. But this, we can't do that today. This is just the first step.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Brett, would you like to come to the podium and share your expertise regarding this? And please share your name and address for the records.
Yes, Madam Chair. Brett Ragsdale with the Division of Planning and Development, 125 North Main Street. Excuse me, got a little chest congestion here, but yes, we have been looking into this and having discussions with staff, and presently we have 21 cases that are enforcement cases for this instance. Only one of those is in court, but we're diligently looking at the others to make sure that they come into compliance. So most cases like this are complaint-based. So we do have 12 inspectors that are out in the field looking for all types of violations. Most of these come from complaints. So if there is an instance that a property owner has this situation, they can contact us and our inspectors can go out and issue a citation, and that will be the first step, I think, and a lot of times that will resolve the issue. Of course, if it doesn't, that's when we will take it further to environmental court. Part of the issue as well, and I think that the resolution actually acknowledges this, and we've seen this on some other cases. In the UDC, there is some vagueness or just some places that we can clarify where this is allowed and, you know, some of the definitions of tractor-trailer storage. And so we're looking to do that in our next ZTA, which we should have later this year. So I think that could just help us as we discuss the issue and be able to determine where this, these violations are occurring. And other than that, I do think that, our zoning, our inspectors can, again, diligently go out and try to find these instances. And when we do, we can cite them. But it really will be important to let property owners, as Dr. Greer and I just spoke with him, to inform us of those situations or inform you, and then you can pass that along to us. And where we can enforce the UDC, we will do that, and then we can also be in contact with MPD or others if the enforcement needs to come from a different source. So I hope that answers some of the questions. If you have any others, I'm happy to try to answer.
I think Councilwoman Johnson has a question for you.
Please, sir. Where can these individuals park these trailers? Is that a problem for them?
Correct. Well, currently, in industrial districts, and also, so motel and hotel, that is one thing that we do clarify, that in motel and hotel, they can be parked. Other than that, it's really industrial districts where it is allowed. So it's not allowed in residential or open districts such as CA, and that's where I think we're getting the commercial, just vacant parking lots is where we're getting most of this, the issues that I believe have been brought to the council's attention.
Can they park in truck parking lots? Like a lot of times, I guess you think of a pilot, it's one day on 3rd Street, people have their
Councilwoman Johnson, we can't hear you.
I'm
Please.
sorry. I was asking, where can they park, like a truck parking lot? And I think about locations on 3rd Street where they have trucks lined up at nighttime. So I'm just wondering, why will they not go to such places? It look like it would be safer rather than just stopping on somebody's commercial lot.
Correct. So you mentioned a pilot. So a truck stop is a use that is allowed in industrial districts. And so a lot of them do park in those locations. The ones that we're talking about, I'm going to guess that some of them maybe live nearby, and so they're parking somewhere close by. So that's probably a lot of the instances. They may be parking there and, you know, spending the night potentially. But there are locations that, yes, that this is allowed.
Okay, one other quick question. Is the owners of the property complaining?
I believe that's what we have in certain instances. And that's when, like our citations, we will have a complaint from a property owner.
Okay.
That's a commercial property that has a parking lot.
A large tract, okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Dr. Greer, if you could please come to the center podium. And council members, this is Dr. Greer's dental office on Lamar on the screen. If you could please click to the other pictures, please, Jonathan, somebody. That's a portion of the block in which he's purchased. That was a store. If you could click to the additional picture. Can it be widened?
So the trucks are parked on this property?
Yes, he owns the whole block. From that building on towards behind the grocery store is his parking. And so they're parking, and it's pretty wide.
In that bike lane? Can I ask a quick question?
Sure. Just on the lot.
So Mr. Greer, you own these properties and trucks are parking on them, on your property?
Yes, the property also is posted, no trespassing or violators will be towed and parking for patrons only.
So my question is this is not really a zoning question, this is a property rights question. If someone's trespassing on his property, can he not call, Attorney Wade, can he not just go ahead and, I don't know, state or local, I mean, I'm not really worried about the local ordinance, but it's a trespassing, so can he not call the police or call a tow company to have those tractor trailers towed off?
You're on.
Like I told you, I'm not sure what our ordinances provide in terms of a criminal violation. Obviously, Dr. Greer can impound them, he can blow them up if he wants to, but that's putting the burden on him and the monetary burden on the commercial property owner when this is happening on a recurring basis. And, you know, the reason why it's happening, you know, you want to know why they park there. I think Councilwoman Johnson probably didn't understand what the chair was saying, but it's basically an attractive nuisance. There are things on two legs walking around that they want to have access to on Lamar, and that's why they park in there.
Yeah, no, I get it. That's very helpful. I guess I just go back to my point of, by the time we've called code's gone out, yada, yada, it seems very simple for him to call the police and have the tractor trailer owner trespassed off the property as a criminal complaint.
Like I said, we have to get with MPD and get their buy-in before we can start doing that, and we may have to have an ordinance change, we may have to do some other things. I've had that conversation with the chair and with Dr. Greer. They fully understand that we need to, dig a little deeper. The thing that this will do, though, it will encourage property owners to contact code enforcement, and they can have statistical information about how prevalent this is a problem. And until we get those kind of bases for our action, we're just running off doing things without thinking about it, okay?
Got it. Thank you. Very helpful. I'm sorry you're dealing with this. I hope we can get this ball rolling for you. I'm sure everybody's going to support this resolution and what needs to be done. So I thank you for your time. And Madam Chair.
Greer, you may be recognized.
Thank you. Dr. Joe Greer, 2829 Lamar Avenue, Memphis, Tennessee. I came primarily to speak to the seriousness of this matter. I think you all know approximately 2 or 3 months ago, a car was abandoned on the McDonald's parking lot on Poplar for 2 or 3 weeks, and eventually they found the body in the car. This is the things I'm talking about, that cars sometimes are abandoned there. I had a car on my lot last week, was there for an entire week. He was repairing his car. And so we clearly have signs that said no trespassing. We've talked to the police before. We've had them come out to run some 18-wheelers off of the lot. So we know we can do this, and we know we can tow them, but we need a buffer between the owners and the violators. I don't need to be confronting some irate violator out there about getting off my lot. So I want primarily to be able to have the police department to be able to not only issue a citation, but to actually tow the vehicles off the lot and let them know that they are the ones that's towing the vehicles, so that next time I come to my office, the office is still standing there. So, and I want to clarify, I own half of the block, not all of the block. So, but that's the main reason for being here, is to try to, put a buffer between the owners and the violators and get some help and assistance and keeping these people from constantly parking on the lot. And in fact, I've spent $1,600 last January because code enforcement told me I need to fill those potholes on the lot. So then those potholes are caused by the 18-wheel truckers coming back and forth across there. So I'm in compliance. I just need to make sure they are in compliance. That's it.
Thank you very kindly. Councilwoman Robinson, you shared that you're experiencing the same. Would you like to be a co-sponsor on this or sponsor? Yes. Okay. Is there anyone else that would wish the same? All right. Councilwoman Logan, Councilman Ford, to be added as sponsors. Councilman Warren, Councilman Jones, Councilwoman Johnson. Staff, did you all get those? Thank you very kindly. I appreciate it, and we have one leg standing, and we will try and get the other leg with getting the Memphis Police Department to agree with joining in with us and being able to give tickets accordingly. Is that correct? Let's see. Attorney Wade is busy. Is that correct? Mr. Brett?
Yes, Madam Chair. We will coordinate with MPD, and I believe...
and we have to do that through an ordinance?
Correct.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Thank you very kindly. I appreciate it. This brings us to our add-on items. We have 4 add-on items for this afternoon. Item number 17, a resolution to appropriate $323,000 to GO bond funds to project GA01032 Mud Island North Gate renovation, District 7, Super District 8, sponsored by administration. Request for same night minutes. Item number 18, resolution to amend the council fiscal year 23 grant allocations, all council districts, sponsored by Councilwoman Johnson. Request for same night minutes. Item number 19, a resolution approving a litigation settlement and authority to pay in the amount of $1,500,000, all council districts, sponsored by MOGW Division. Request same night minutes. Item number 20, a resolution requesting approval to purchase real property in the amount of $600,000 located at 61 South McLean Boulevard, Memphis, Tennessee 38104, for a public safety recruiting center, District 5, Super District 9, requested by administration, requested for same night minutes. Our same night minute items will be 1, 7, 8, 17, 18, 19, and 20. I'll repeat, our add-on items will be 17 through 20. Our same night minute items will be 1, 7, 8, 17, 18, 19, and 20. It's been canceled. We exited. We just did 3. 1 and 2 were exited. All right, seeing no further business before the committee, we are adjourned. See you at 3:30.
Are we not going to do 1 and 2?
We already did it. You did a previous meeting. Do you have a presentation?
We got to act.
Well, I asked previously, and you said that you
That was
could.
number 1, there was 2, second thing.
Okay, I thought it was 1 and 2 were simultaneous.
No, number 2.
Is there a presentation on potential?
Yeah, this item too.
Okay, so item 1, you covered last. So let's reconvene the executive committee meeting. Covering item 2, Attorney Wade, you may be recognized.
Thank you.
And I apologize.
I had a letter sent to all of you, an opinion talking about, we have 2 council members that's running for county office. They seem to be running very hard to the extent that they prevail in their races. We will have to act quickly in order to be able to have those offices on the November general election. Typically, the last time this happened, I think Councilman Ford, Fully Love, and maybe one other person prevailed. And under the county charter, you have 90 days within which to resign your other position after you are elected. That's typically November 2nd, and this year is the same as November 2nd. To the extent that people want to resign in time to allow the replacements to be elected in a special election in November, there are certain things that we have to do. One, the winning candidate will have to resign in time for us to have it placed on the ballot. To the extent that they elect to use their 90-day window to remain a council member until November, the issue is a moot one. But to the extent we have to be prepared for any eventuality, and part of also what I gave you is an ordinance to revise and change certain council districts as a result of the de-annexation of areas in the city and the 2020 federal census. The ordinance that I sent to you is basically the existing configuration that we have before redistricting. This had to be conformed to the new precinct alignment and numbering that the Election Commission used this year, which means we had to go through and determine how this lined up with our existing precincts and districts. So what you have before you is an ordinance that delineates the precincts in each single member district and the precincts in each super district. You will notice that in each district there is a precinct that is highlighted in red. For example, in District 7 on page 10, there's precinct 76I2. That is the district that Councilwoman Michael Thomas lives in. Those red numbers are the precincts that incumbent council members reside in. In order for us to be able to proceed with what is called the qualifying deadlines, which is 10 days qualifying period, which is 10 days before the deadline, we will probably need to adopt this ordinance by consent on first reading tonight so that it can run its course for 3 readings by the end of August. That way, we will be aligned with any council member that prevails and wishes to resign in order to get it on the November election. So I would respectfully request that we add this to consent tonight. It is being sponsored by Councilman Smiley, who is council member of District 8, Super District 8, Edmund Ford, council member, single District 6, Frank Covette, single member, District 2, and Fort Canale, Super District 9. So you've got a single member sponsor, a super district sponsor in each of the respective super districts. I have also asked that staff pass you out a district summary, and maybe we go through this just briefly. It'll give you some idea of what we have to deal with.
So, according to the rules, you have 90 days after the elections to stay on, which will take you to December, correct?
November 2nd.
That's 90 days?
Yes, 90 days from August 4th.
Okay, and this will allow if
in your case,
if you come out early, for
right,
it to be on the November 8th
right,
ballot.
In your case, for example, if you were to prevail on August 4th, you would have to probably resign before the August 9th meeting in order to use the normal qualifying period under the statute. There is an alternative method that's used for county offices that some cities borrow. If you are elected after the normal qualifying period, which would have to be after November 9th, then you can use the 55-day period, which would move the qualifying deadline to September 4th to September 14, I believe. But you would still have to have everything completed by the last meeting in August, which means it is not completed until the city council accepts the resignation of the officer. It's all spelled out in the opinion of the whole deadline and timing is all spelled out.
Okay, Councilman Warren, you may be recognized.
Attorney White, you said that the red means the current councilman where they are.
Yes.
And in Super District 9, I think we have 3 people, and there are only 2 people. There are only 2 districts in red. So I think we're missing one of us in Super District 9.
Hold on.
They may live in the same district.
Can you check and see? I don't think we do live in the same district. Do you? Okay, then that's it.
Yeah, they live in the same district.
Okay, never mind.
They're bosom buddies. They are all together. No, I have a list.
Want to make sure we weren't cutting anybody off.
I have a list. Step number 1, find out where the incumbents live. I know where you are, okay? Now, let me tell you about what you have before you is a summary of what the ordinance provides. We have, just so you understand the complication, the census gave us numbers for 2020. After the census was completed, we de-annexed 3 areas, which means the census number was not right. So you had to carve all that out, and we had to do that manually by census block and census tract. So, and then on top of that, what happened, the Election Commission decided that they were going to renumber all of the precincts, and they consolidated precincts. So now, for example, there is 1 precinct that has splits in it. Some of the people are in District 4, some of them are in District 5, and some of them are in District 6 in that 1 precinct. So we have, I think I counted 18 split precincts where people are residing in multiple council districts. So what we're trying to do is to get rid of as many of those things without impairing the structural integrity of what we have. Now, the problem is, for example, in one split, I think 2,600 people live in 4 and 3,600 live in 5. Those numbers are pretty big, and to try to, if you consolidated them, you're going to take somebody from somebody. I mean, it's hard. I'm just telling you, it's not an easy thing to do. So what you have before you is a summary that our total population is 633,102. That the average among the single-member districts is 90,443. And the summary that you have shows the total population, white population, black, other, Hispanic, and the deviation number is the number that is the constitutional requirement, meaning you cannot be less than 95% of the 90,443, nor more than 105% of the 90,443. And if you see in the last column, there are 2 single council districts that are not compliant. One is District 3 and one is District 7. So that's why we have to redistrict to even out those numbers. We had mapping do just a numerical analysis, which is not what I use, just to give me an idea of what we would be looking at. And I think it moved Councilman Colvett out of his district and Councilman Robinson out of her district. So obviously I can't go with, I can't go with just strict math. This is a more complicated process. So with that, I just wanted you to understand what we're doing, that this gets the process started. This will not be the final version. I will come back to you with more revisions and a more detailed explanation. But in order to get the ball rolling, we need to adopt this tonight on first reading.
What's the explanation for the complaints at the
What's the
final column? Complaint 95%, 100%?
If you look up at the top, it says 95%, 105.
Oh, compliant, okay.
You have to be within that range.
Most of them, there are 2 of them that are not in compliant.
3 and 7.
7, okay, gotcha. District 3, they have a large population.
Madam Chair, I move this for to be placed on this evening's agenda.
Thank you. Without objection.
Okay, this has been moved to be placed on the agenda. Is it an add-on?
Yes, ma'am.
Same night minutes?
No, they don't need to take minutes, but to be added to the consent agenda.
First reading, okay. So this will be added with no objection to our agenda. And also, the resolution for the tractor trailers, I would like to add it on as item number 21 with same night minutes without any objection.
Objection.
And Councilwoman Johnson, during the committee meeting, you did not request for same night minutes. Would you like for item number 18, the resolution to amend the council fiscal year 23 grant allocation to same night minutes? Okay. So item number 18, 21 will be added to the agenda with same night minutes. And this additional item, this resolution will be added, add on for first reading. If there's nothing else, see you in 3 minutes.